Testing, testing.
Do I have any? Good evening. I want to apologize for the delay. We've been in closed session. We're going to start in 5 minutes at 6:15.
Yeah, no, me too.
That's my downfall. Yeah, he used to bring donuts, he'd bring cupcakes, he brought cookies. They're related, so. Yeah, so it's like right there by Vaughn's on Olga. And then the bagel place is literally right next door.
Are you comfortable going over the changes
Yeah, absolutely.
during that period that I talked about? Yeah, 4B, 11B.
So 4B, 11B, and I can do that when I do a roll call.
Pardon me?
Right after roll call, do we announce it?
Say that again?
I'll do right after roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because,
Because these are,
Yeah.
yeah. We're on the same page.
getting us started, Kathy?
Yes, give me just one couple seconds. There we go. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, and the time is 6:15. And if the clerk would please call the roll.
Absolutely. Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
Mayor Kranz?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present. And then I also wanted to note that there is, a couple items are going to be taken out of order. So the first item is going to be the item 4B, which is the presentation of proclamation for Clean Air Day. Then we're going to move to item 11B, which is an update on the Scott Valley Park Playground Replacement Project. And then we'll go to item 4A, which is the presentation of donation for the Scott Valley Park Playground.
Okay, thank you. And if you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. Okay.
B. And then look at It's so weird. You can look
Testing.
Okay. Thank you. This is a proclamation that we're going to be reading in honor of Clean Air Day. And our Crystal Nahara is going to be receiving the proclamation, as well as, is Brett going to be up with us? Brett. And we've got some commissioners, William Morrison, Katie Kramer, Mark O'Connor, Carol Parker. We got Mary Dover from NCTD. We've got Judy Burrowfine from Bike Walk Encinitas. We've got the chamber is here. Yep. And Cardiff 101, Joy. Very good. And it's John from the chamber. We have a community that is burdened by Interstate 5, which contributes to significant pollutants in our community. So Clean Air Day and the work that we've done to clean the air is very important, but in our community it is especially challenging because of the freeway. As a board member of North County Transit District, I also was very involved in working to get new diesel locomotives, Tier 4, which replaced some very old Tier 1, very polluting diesel locomotives. So we have been making some progress, but we still have a long way to go. And it's people such as this who are helping us to improve our air quality. So I will read the proclamation, and it says, whereas air pollution contributes to higher rates of cancer and heart and lung diseases, which adversely affect health, and whereas California has some of the most polluted regions in the United States, and whereas it is vital that we protect the health and well-being of our residents, visitors, and workforce, and whereas emissions from vehicles, industry, and even household sources significantly affect the natural environment, air quality, and well-being of residents, employees, and visitors of the city of Encinitas. And whereas individual actions such as not idling vehicles, walking or biking to work and school, carpooling, and conserving energy can directly improve air quality in our region. And whereas everyone can play a role in improving air quality, and whereas education about air quality can raise community awareness, encourage our community to develop better habits, and improve our community health. Whereas Californians are joining together across the state to clear the air on October 4th, 2023. And whereas the city of Encinitas is committed to the health of our residents, workforce, visitors, and the community at large. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tony Kranz, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the City Council members, do hereby proclaim October 4th, 2023 be declared as Clean Air Day in the City of Encinitas. Be it further resolved that I, Mayor of Encinitas, along with the City Council members, encourage all city employees to commute alternatively to work on October 4th, 2023, Clean Air Day, by walking, biking, carpooling, taking public transit, or van pooling. And be it further resolved that I, Tony Kranz, the Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the City Council members, encourage all residents, businesses, employees, and community members to participate in Clean Air Day and help clear the air for all Californians. This 27th day of September. So with that, I will give it to Crystal, who is leading the city's efforts with our climate action plan. So if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the proclamation today, and I wanted to thank all the folks that are up here that are helping me to get this important job done. It's definitely not just me and the community that encourages folks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and think about things that you can do at home. It really takes the whole community, and everyone here up here helps, and everyone in the audience can be a part of it as well. So thank you very much.
That takes us to item 11B.
Okay, ready when you are.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and members of the council. My name is David Norgard. I'm the Park Operations Manager for the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department, and I'm here this evening to provide an update on the Scott Valley Park Playground Replacement Project. Scott Valley Park is a 2-acre neighborhood park located adjacent to Olevenhagen Road and accessed from Willow Haven Road. Constructed in 1995, Scott Valley Park features a children's play area, picnic tables, basketball court, sand volleyball, and an open lawn. The playground equipment is original to the park and has reached the end of its surface life and is due for replacement. Our budget for this project is $350,000, comprised of private donations, grants, and the Parks Improvement Fund. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department was approached by Emily Jones, who is here with me this evening, to add play equipment for users of all abilities so that special needs and able-bodied children could play together. This idea was a great fit for Scott Valley Park as the playground was scheduled to be replaced. This project will feature play equipment for users of all abilities and ages to come together and play. To get you oriented, this image shows an overview of the park with the basketball court to the north, the open lawn, volleyball, and playground to the south. This is another overview with the playground equipment to the left and the volleyball to the right, and the basketball court is just off the right, off the frame. This is a closer view of the existing play equipment, which was installed in 1995. This is fairly typical of the equipment from that time period with an all-in-one approach. You have an elevated deck, multiple slides, and monkey bars all in one large piece of equipment. This is a rendering of the replacement equipment layout that features multiple elements designed for children and adults of all abilities. These elements were selected after discussions with Emily and our design consultant to create an inclusive, multi-generational play area. In the foreground, we have a dual platform tower with a lower level that is accessible from a ramp, stairs, and climbers. To the right of that, we have an accessible spinner that is flush with the play surfacing so that wheelchairs and mobility devices can roll onto the platform. Behind the spinner, you can see a four-way seesaw. The seats are designed with high backs and grab bars to promote inclusion, and the center is designed for easy transfer from a mobility device. The four-way design promotes more users to play together. In the background, we have a swing set that is also accessible and multi-generational. There are two typical belt swings on the left, and on the right, a mommy and me swing that is designed for a child in one seat and a caregiver or parent in the facing seat. This is a great multi-generational element that gives users a chance to see each other's expressions and teaches cooperation and sharing. The last swing to the right is a similar design with an inclusive bucket seat. This is another view of the tower feature. You can see the lower slide that is a part of the lower platform, which is accessible from the ramp. The upper deck includes a slide and shade covering. There are also sensory panels with a spin wheel and drums for a variety of experiences. This playhouse is a separate tot area for the 2-year-old to 5-year-old age range. Playhouses encourage some of the older kids to also discover and imagine, so we get some of the benefits of socialization in a low-impact area. This area has additional musical notes, drums, and sensory panels. In addition to the play equipment, the project will include a seating area designed for children and adults to come together in a space where everyone feels comfortable. We have colorful benches and chairs of different shapes and sizes with a custom wheelchair seat. The quote on the wheelchair says, "Life is better when we play together," which was the cornerstone of the design for this project. The concrete includes a mosaic of colorful tiles and coins to recognize the community donations. Our next steps for the project are to prepare the bid documents and advertise the construction contract. We anticipate construction to start in the winter or spring of 2023-24, and the opening of the project in spring or summer 2024. This concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. And when this agenda was put together, there was a presentation of the check in the presentation section numbered 4. And then there was this conversation about what the improvements were going to be, and I've combined them together. And so I'm going to have the opportunity to receive the check, and I'd like to ask the whole council to be there. And what I was going to ask is, I don't think I can tell this story, Emily. So I would like for you, if you're able to tell the story of how you came about this donation.
Yes, so about 4 years ago, we have a special needs daughter who is in a wheelchair, and we went to our first All Abilities Park, and she had the best time of her life, and we had smiles and laughs, and it was out of state, and we came home to North County excited to take her to a park and realized we didn't have one. And this was kind of devastating for me because we have such a large population. Just a few months after that experience, our daughter passed away due to complications from surgery. And as she went through that, within a few days, maybe 24 hours, we had probably over $1,000 of flowers in our living room. And I thought, what a shame that these will all die and all of this money will just disappear. And I thought, wouldn't it be neat if, in lieu of flowers, our community could donate so that Sophie's friends could play at a park like she did. And within a few weeks, we had over $43,000 that was donated from community members. Yeah. And the most meaningful thing to me was that children would come to our door and knock on the door with just handfuls of coins. They had glitter on them because they were from the Tooth Fairy, and they wanted to share their Tooth Fairy money with this because they wanted to play with their friends. And so this is just a story of children leading the community and saying, we want to play with our friends. And then the city of Encinitas was so cooperative and just so willing to come together and work on this project. So we applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you. And one thing I wanted to say, Emily, is that many years ago, the City Council adopted a policy that has to do with naming of parks. And I intend to bring an agenda item that would change the name of the park to Sophie's Park. This is a big contribution, and it qualifies, I think, under the policy. We'll have an agenda item, and the whole council can consider that. Okay, thank you all. And I was glad that I could hand that off and not cry my way through that story. With that, we will move on to oral communications.
So we do have quite a few, and just a reminder to our speakers during oral communications, these are for items that are not listed on the agenda, and you are limited to 3 minutes. I will call you 3 at a time. Paula Weddle, Ellen Burr, and then Ralph Cheney.
Hello, my name is Paula Weddle, and I have lived in the Encinitas area since 1980, and I have been in Cardiff for 25 years. I'm here due to a frightening, profanity screaming meth addict who lives in Glen Park, Cardiff. And I paid for a bench in Glen Park for my late daughter who died in early COVID 2020. For 3 years, I've been trying to sit on her bench and pray and find peace. But because a meth addict named Doug Rhodes lives in the park under the covered picnic benches and screams foul and abusive profanities so loud, my headphones won't block him out, and the whole park is forced to listen to him, as well as all of the community living nearby. I had brought my kids and my older grandkids here through the years, but when I took my 2-year-old grandson there last week, Mr. Rhodes began screaming profanities. My grandson became so terrified I had to carry him out of the park for blocks to get out of reach of the screaming. I've gotten the sheriff's deputies there 4 times, and they said there was nothing that they could do, but maybe something could be done by presenting the issue to the council, so here I am. I'm here in fear and frustration about this man that holds all of Glen Park and surrounding homes hostage to his screaming profanities. I met with his sister last weekend to try to have an association come and take care of him. She said he was a good guy till he got on meth 7 years ago. He has an abscess in his eye, which she says is cancer, and she said he has cancer on his chest. She asked the nearby homeless men, there was a bench full of homeless men sitting there, if Doug had his drugs on him, and they said they were holding his pipe, or whatever it's called, for meth. His sister has tried various things, and she is at her wit's end and says she does not want her brother to die in the park. So I'm not just one old lady that has this problem, but many in the community. And I brought some written testimonies of them. Please tell us what we can do to get Mr. Rhodes someplace where he can get help and where we can have our beautiful, peaceful park back. I've got a few that I still have time for. Sadly, I can no longer take my granddaughter. I'm scared and concerned about the safety of children. We have been suffering from Doug's outbursts and incessant rants that start as early as 5 a.m. It's outrageous that tax-paying residents cannot safely and peacefully enjoy a public park. Thank you for doing this. We stopped going there for the same reason. He yells all day. We need peace at Glen Park. Go Paula. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I wasn't going to speak about this, but a couple of weeks ago, and I meant to bring it up with someone else, I live right down the road from Glen Park, and I have a feeling that a lot of this came about as a result of COVID. Prior to COVID, that park would be packed with kids and caretakers and nannies and moms all times of the day, especially on the weekends, but even during the day. Lately, I've noticed, like for today, there was one, I believe, mom with a toddler and an infant, and one caregiver. That was it. That was all. One guy shooting hoops in the park, and then the group of 5 or 6 guys, frankly, I was more concerned about them. Everybody was drinking out of a bag. Doug was being pretty quiet. I think he had a bad or a good night. He was you could only hear him if you were fairly close on one of the adjoining sidewalks. But often that is not the case. And I have a feeling that that is why the park was essentially empty, and it is a tot lot. I had somebody tell me, well, they can take their kids to the Encinitas Park off Santa Fe. Well, how are they going to get there? Drive? Walk? On what sidewalk? Have you ever walked with a 3- and a 4-year-old? Plus, you get there and it's not a tot lot. We need this to be the tot lot that it was before. And he is not always like that, but when he is, it is horrible. And a couple weekends ago, it was a quinceañera going on. There were probably close to 30 people there, and he was being especially bad. I can hear him over a block away. And I felt really bad for these people who were trying to have a very meaningful celebration. And he was probably mad because they probably moved his equipment and belongings off of the tables out of the way because they had a permit, I'm sure, I don't know if you pay for it, to be there with all of their friends and family, and it was a horrible thing. So I almost called the police to come, but then I thought, you know what? It would probably be worse because in addition to driving while black, we have partying while Mexican. So I didn't want to bring that on them. But really, there is I don't know if this new care program is going to work, but it would be nice if the community could have its tot lot and park back. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ralph Cheney, followed by Patty Stottlemyre, and then Weston Tisch.
I'm talking about Doug as well, Glen Park. Coincidentally, yesterday we started to pass around a petition in our neighborhood right around the park. I think we've got about 30 signatures so far. I want to read the top of the petition and then make a couple of requests. What it says is this, and it's from people who live nearby. We are neighbors who border and live close to Glen Park. We understand that there is a care court program about to launch in San Diego County on October 2nd to support people with particular mental conditions. We have an ideal candidate for this program. We want our government to stand with us and act on our behalf. Our neighborhood wants your help. For years, there's been a homeless person, Doug, living in Glen Park. Many people in the area and visitors to the park have been upset by his presence. He is well known to the sheriff's, PERT, and other services. Over 4+ years, he has been in the park. They have contacted him scores of times. Locally, we have been balancing our compassion for Doug. With all of this, there's something likable there. He's a human. And he's got mental conditions and problems. We're balancing compassion for him with the impact, the increasing impact that he's having on our entire neighborhood. But now we really need your help because the situation has changed. For the past year, Doug has started to yell and scream, most often laced with profanities. I was thinking about saying some of them now just to shock you, because it's shocking to hear. It really is shocking to hear. Doug has a very booming voice. He could be an opera singer. And it travels solidly across the park to all of the homes and people living nearby. I checked the map and sort of plotted it out. Within eyesight of the park, there's 85 to 100 people living there. And within earshot, it's much more than that. So there's a great number of people who are being affected by this person in Glen Park. We hear them from within our homes, inside our living rooms, inside our bedrooms. We hear Doug. And yes, importantly, he often starts this booming yelling late at night or as early as 5 in the morning. He yelled twice this morning before sunrise. Is that
Thank you, sir.
That's the end of 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate y'all bringing this to our attention, and we'll take some action.
How can I learn tonight how to contact staff to work with that?
Somebody from Development Services manages our homeless action plan. Patty, is Patty here? Leave your contact info with the city clerk, make sure, and we'll get you an email and make sure you
All
get
right.
the information.
Thank you
need.
very much.
Thank you.
We need your help.
Yep.
Patty Stottlemyre, filed by Weston Tisch, then Gail Reich, and then Sandra Anderson.
Mayor Kranz, Council, I'm here tonight to talk about affordable housing and smart cities. Are they what they appear to be? Wow, it's not working. Oh, thank you. Okay, here's an affordable home, brand new one, sold in 2020 for $138,000. Wow, 1980s prices. Many qualified low-income buyers in line to buy. And Encinitas designates the buyer. Blackstone, $1 trillion in assets. But they're renting it at an affordable rent. So 2020, the interest rate 3.5%. So the mortgage monthly payment with tax and insurance, $1,223. And low income, very low, the rent would be $1,425. So for $200 a month less than the rent, somebody could own their very own home. Homeownership has been the American dream and the desire of humanity since the times of kings and serfs. But there's a push in the U.S. now to make us a renter society with smart cities, all in the name of saving the planet. Oh, here's investment firms aren't buying up all the houses, but they're buying up the most important ones, like Blackstone, largest owner of single-family rentals. Public-private partnership, corporatocracy. Is this what the city of Encinitas is now? Smart city, surveillance cameras throughout the city, monitoring, tracking. What's it all about? Safety and saving the planet? Or surveillance, control, restricting movement? City of Encinitas joins ICLEI in 2010. What are they? A non-elected foreign entity based out of Germany with the purpose of promoting UN Agenda 21 and 2020-30. What do they say about private property? Land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset controlled by individuals. Private land ownership contributes to social injustice. Should we give our homes over to Blackstone? Oh, and consumption, middle class. Oh, appliances like our gas appliances, our stoves, suburban housing, not sustainable. Individual rights will have to take a back seat to the collective, says Vice Chairman of ICLEI. But maybe it's a back seat to the 1% like unelected dictators. You'll own nothing and be happy. So in conclusion, request of the city, never again support sale of affordable homes to Blackstone or any investment firm. 2, leave ICLEI. 3, no more 15-minute cities.
Thank you.
4, no mandates
Thank
and
you.
uphold the Constitution. Thank you.
How's it going? My name is Weston Tish. That was a nice break. It's kind of like the break that we have all the time at Glen Park when we call the sheriffs, when you guys come out, but then we go back to Doug. So I just want to I don't want to be redundant here. I just want to echo the fact of the concern, the exhaustion that we feel at Glen Park. My fiance works from home. I'm there often. I try to do the best that I can by surrendering, closing up the windows when it's hot while she's working from home on calls while he screams incessant rants with profanities. But also to that, they're very dark, almost possessed sounds, very animalistic, and it's very, very disturbing, very, very frightening at times. And as Ralph said, I'll echo the same, starts at 5 in the morning, goes into the night. I've had encounters where I have to whistle off my balcony, try to get him to be quiet. I've gone down there extending compassion, extending empathy. I understand he's a human. There's obviously some mental issues there. I get met with an FU. It's growing. It's consistently growing. Joy, I appreciate you responding to me. We had a chat about this. I've spoken to Stephen Gonzalez. I don't know what his ranking is on that. We have the My Encinitas app. I've talked to some of my neighbors to report the encampment with images to give you guys as much weight and as much receipts as possible because it's consistent, it's every single day, and it goes for hours at a time. We're just exhausted. So if anything, I just want to say my part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Carol Heil, filed by Gail Reich, Sandra Anderson, and then Diane, it looks like McConnelly? McCamley, thank you.
All good. Good evening, council, Mayor Krantz, and city manager. Change is hard. Losing convenient parking spaces is tough to swallow, but I'm here tonight in support of the maintenance project currently being done on Vulcan. Over the years, I've written into the council, contacted the sheriff, and been up here both at council meetings and traffic meetings pointing out the current state of Vulcan Avenue. In fact, it's been years of different advocacy groups trying to work with the city to clean up Vulcan. Quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the city dump, the recreational and commercial storage lot, the overnight camping, and the various activities that happen on this stretch of the road. As I've said before, I can't think of another area in the city that this occurs to this degree. The arguments that Vulcan supplies beach parking or 101 parking, or that residents will lose all of their parking, can be rebutted. People rarely park on Vulcan to go to the beach, and now that streetscape is being implemented there, there's plenty of parking on 101 for those activities. Finally, parallel parking is not taking away all of the resident parking. It's just a bit more inconvenient for some to park right in front of their residences. There are stretches of areas that are currently not being used, even at night. With the development happening at the north end of Vulcan and La Costa Avenues, it's important for this north-south corridor to be well thought out and developed for the future increased traffic. Hopefully, the city and CTD and Coastal Commission can work together to maintain Vulcan. It's the first step for a cleaner and safer thoroughfare. Thank you very much.
Greetings, Encinitas City Council members. In this wonderful city, I'm learning of a trend towards corporate acquisition of single-family homes to create rental properties and to make single-family homes accessible as vacation homes, something called co-ownership and fractional ownership, where several buyers purchase a one-family property they can visit for a portion of time during the year. This trend is limiting our access to single-family homes, making them less affordable, and altering the fabric of our community. Over time, do we want our city to be dominated by rentals? And in the case of fractional ownership, do we want to become a transient vacation destination? Is this Encinitas we dreamed of when we decided to take up residence here? I am the president of an Encinitas Homeowners Association of 113 homes. Some of our homes are now corporate-owned because city legislation did not prevent this. In the New York Times article, What Happens When Wall Street Buys Most of the Homes on Your Block, dated September 16, 2023, it states that in the outskirts of Charlotte, North Carolina, that the Bradfield Farm subdivision, 50% of the homes that were sold in 2021 and 2022 were bought by large investors who paid cash, who now rent those single-family homes out, and first-time buyers struggled to get a foothold. They're getting outpriced and outbid. Corporate and financial interests can redefine the Encinitas life when we stand by allowing them to do it. Do these influences live here and love our city like we do? Who defines the character of our city? Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, Monterey, Carmel, Lake Tahoe have all taken action to prevent these firms from redefining their cities. Encinitas can change development restrictions. It can redefine zoning laws. It can clarify policies to remove any ambiguity for how a single-family home is defined. It can explore regulations like those adopted in communities already responding proactively to the same challenges. Our founding fathers cherished property rights as a cornerstone of personal independence. Today, we call upon you to pledge to safeguard our residents' dreams and well-being, ensuring that corporate interests never supersede our commitment to private home ownership and community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sandra Anderson, followed by Diane McCambly, Natalie Satoon, and then Maria Ardance.
I was pleased that the permit parking code amendment was removed from the agenda tonight. I think we all realize that we need to take a step back and look at this code from a broader perspective, especially with all the new apartment developments coming. Last month, I attended 3 community meetings the engineering department had regarding safety and mobility improvements in the vicinity of new housing element sites. During one of these meetings, I asked whether parking was part of this study the consultants performed or not. The answer was that parking was not in the consultant's project scope. At these meetings, citizens were asked for input, able to talk with no time constraints, and got the opportunity to vote which projects they thought should be the highest priority. Also, comment cards were handed out with 7 questions asking proactively for feedback. In that vein, I am here tonight to suggest the City Council direct the engineering department to conduct similar public meetings regarding revising the permit parking code. This would be a proactive approach as opposed to revising the code with no citizen input, which is sure to lead to upset citizens at future City Council meetings. Other cities, such as Santa Ana, have invited input from their citizens regarding revisions to their permit parking program. Many, many other cities offer solutions to permit parking problems. Some of these solutions include: 1, apartment complexes must use their on-site parking effectively before directing tenants to park on public streets. 2, fees charged by apartment complexes for on-site tenant parking cannot be greater than fees for permit parking on public streets. 3, apartment complexes may be part of a permit parking zone, but are not necessarily entitled to the same number of resident or guest passes as single-family homeowners. Why not listen to Encinitas citizens who have already done this extensive research by holding public meetings? Solutions such as these will help neighborhoods adjacent to current and future apartment complexes. Public's business must be done in public. Any broadening of code will affect residents citywide. Any changes should be done in public with public input at publicly noticed meetings.
Yes, thank you. And it did get pulled from the agenda because we are going to take a step back and we're going to have a little more conversation with the public and just take a different look. Thank you.
Diane McCambly, followed by Natalie Satoon, Maria Ardance, and then Trina Priest.
Hello, Council and Mayor. We live right across the street at the Haciendas, and I just wanted to talk to you about the homeless and some problems we've had. Just recently, there was a homeless person that came into our community. The people were away from their home, went into their home, took a shower, used their clothes, was sleeping in their bed when they came home. Another problem we had recently in our unit was we were away for about a week, and some of the neighboring homeowners said that somebody came into our patio. It was a homeless person, came into our patio, changed clothes. Then the man that came out and confronted him and said, "What are you doing?" He was, he was upset with him, and he got defensive. And then he followed the man into his home, upstairs into his home, and just stayed in his home. The man had to call the police and have him removed. I just think, I don't know if they're coming from the park, which is up the street from us. We've seen them in the park. We've seen them at the library. We're afraid to go to the library if it's not daytime. We're afraid to go to the park if it's not daytime. And they're just, they're near the train stations. We've seen them angry this summer, several of them angry this summer and destroying property. And we're concerned about this. We're concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. So I'm actually happy to see other people talk about it because I typically talk about the homeless behavior and the crime that is with it. So I call all the time. So I did a CPRA to see how many times my district rep has called. And I did that. I actually just got the results for calls for service. From 2018 forward, Joy Lines has made 0 calls for service in my district, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. During the September 13th meeting, Bruce Ehlers asked staff a reasonable question about the expense of the 60-inch pipe construction to alleviate flooding and drainage issues in Leucadia. This vote greatly affected Encinitas residents. Shockingly, Bruce was berated by City Manager Pam Antill and further silenced by Mayor Kranz. Per Robert's Rules of Order, after a member has the floor, quote, "These cannot interrupt him after he has actually commenced speaking unless the urgency is so great as to justify it," unquote. When these interruptions silenced Bruce's discussion, it disallowed the public the opportunity to understand fiscal impact, as well as the inconvenience of the deconstruction and reconstruction of a portion of our brand-new streetscape. Why is a council member not allowed to inquire further information when they must vote on a matter? As disrespectful as it was to Bruce, it was also disrespectful to the public who wanted more information on this matter. As Mayor Tony, it is your responsibility to conduct meetings pursuant to Robert's rules. This was out of order and posed ethical breaches. Tony, you not only allowed the city manager to interrupt Bruce, but you additionally yourself succeeded to quash relevant city council discussion on matters greatly impacting city finances and residents. This defies your mayoral responsibility in properly conducting meetings. The public deserve better of you. Again, last week, there was commentary, negative banter from Mayor Kranz toward former Mayor Sheila Cameron. This defensive behavior from the dais may be viewed as an intimidation tactic to dissuade public comment, and we need public comment. Why did the city attorney not immediately caution the city manager or Mayor Kranz of this violation? Tarquin Preziosi, please educate the city manager and mayor on these ethical issues. This conduct is wholly unacceptable. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maria Ardance, followed by Trina Priest, Camille Perkins, and then Mark Maville.
Hi. So note to self, wear more clothing. It is freezing in here. Anyways, so first I want to thank the council for last session approving the mitigation, the traffic mitigation on Quail Gardens. Really appreciate that. However, I'm requesting that at least 1, if not 2, 3-way stop signs are also added at the entrances to Encinitas Ranch. If we had to choose one, I would say Paseo de la Verdes because that's where the park is on that road. During peak traffic times, if you want to go left out of the community, it's literally horrifying. And that's, different times throughout the day where there's ebbs and flows. It could take one car 5 minutes just to go left if that's the way they want to go. And that's like before all the new building is supposed to be going up on the road. So we really need help. Additionally, I want to address the traffic circle. Like the traffic circle at the Farm Labs, it's a good idea. I respectfully disagree that the stop sign wouldn't be a better idea. I think it was the traffic engineer who said he thought there wasn't like a justifiable reason. One, the stop sign is less money. And when we've got so many infrastructure needs that have to take place around the city, I think it's a better use of money. We could also put that toward the cost of some stop signs for Encinitas Ranch. But aside from the cost, additionally, so one of the problems is for Farm Labs getting the kids across the street. They've got to get into the bus right now to safely get across to Quail Gardens, the botanical gardens. Traffic circle is not going to make that any safer. It's just not. So a stop sign, especially one of like the blinking ones, I don't know if we can put those in there, or some type of monitored light. I think that's just going to give more safety for the children. So please consider those 2 things. So additionally, with this whole looming traffic nightmare that we have coming for Quail Gardens, and I could be wrong with the information that I've heard, but it's my understanding the most recent traffic impact studies for Quail were performed in 2017. So that was like 6 years ago. So those numbers are simply not reflective of the traffic patterns that we now have on Quail Gardens. And it's also my understanding, again, could be wrong, but that the cumulative effect of each of the new housing developments that are either being built currently or proposed for Quail Gardens wasn't taken into consideration. So the impact to Quail Gardens. There was a recent ruling on an Escondido project, I think it was against Lennar, where the judge ruled that the cumulative effect of new developments in one area, especially new ones going in next to each other, have to be taken into consideration. So honestly, I think any new development for Quail Gardens needs to be put on hold, and that includes the Quail Meadows project. The traffic impact studies need to be taken once those new developments have gone in. That's the
Thank
only
you.
way to properly ascertain
Thank
the
you.
impact. I have one more thing to say. More for next time.
Next is Trina Priest, followed by Camille Perkins, and then Mark Maville.
Good evening, Mayor Krantz and City Council. I am a middle school teacher and a parent of 3 teens. So first, thank you for that proclamation declaring October 4th, 2023 Clean Air Day. My middle school students are interested in environmental and public health policies that affect their lives. Since September is Suicide Prevention Month, I came today to share on their behalf their concerns regarding the mental health struggles of their peers. Recently, the most severe form of mental health struggles, student suicides, which unfortunately some of them have experienced recently. As the superintendent wrote regarding student suicides, quote, "This is a tragedy for a family and a community, and to school personnel and schools where the student may have had friends." School districts are working on a comprehensive plan to address the mental health challenges that our students are facing. We will get ahead of this, but it will take time, dedicated resources, and commitment from everyone. It is this commitment to which I would like to speak to the City Council about. We need the City Council to make a commitment to youth by sending clear messages regarding how best to handle their problems, and that drugs are never the answer. Not alcohol, not tobacco, not marijuana, or abuse of prescription drugs. Now would be the perfect time for our city to add a ban of flavored marijuana products to the city's ban on flavored tobacco products. A ban of flavored marijuana products would be a tremendous prevention message and show a respect for and understanding of youth and their stressors. This would show your commitment to prevention and to our youth as well. Thank you.
Next speaker, Camille Perkins, followed by Mark Maville, and then Christina Vega.
Mayor and Council, my name is Camille Perkins. First, I'm going to speak about fire in Alevenhain. I want to remind the Mayor and Council that Alevenhain is a completely different world than Cardiff and Leucadia.
Ma'am?
Yes?
We're going to have a presentation that you could speak at on that agenda item.
Well, I wrote a letter which I'm addressing separately. I was going to go through the history of fires in Alevenhain and
Well,
show
you
you
can do
some.
that during the presentation.
I don't have time to do that because I need to cover what I put in my letter.
Well, this is for oral communications for items that are not on the agenda.
But the history of fire is not on the agenda tonight.
We're discussing Alevenheim fire.
All right.
Next speaker, Mark Maville, and then Christina Vega.
Council, Mark Maville here. I'm not going to go back over things that I've already gone over here over and over, especially I guess the idea that the outside dining was going to get taken care of. They're going to have to pay for that deconstruction. They're benefiting, but it's really not a benefit for the bike riders and the children that are going down that street. I said before, I'm a rider. You can put your hand on the hood of the car next to you, and it's not cool. All brought on by the death of the kid on El Camino Real. And what do you want to have another one go down before you're going to do something? You've got to be, like I said last time, proactive, not reactive to things like this. It is, it's pertinent, and you can't just write checks that you can't cash, okay? If you're gonna say something and you're gonna do it, do it. I'm a doer, I take action. I've been pushed to the brink of almost homelessness with the stealing, $6,000 worth of stuff when I first came in the first 6 months. Swings, knives, all kinds of stuff happening. And you lose your tablets, your phone, your wallet, and all that. That keeps you from elevating, and they are right. This gentleman in Glen Park, they just got to go scoop him, take him to county mental health, and it's over, or send him to a shelter. No more, dude, no more. He should have been gone a long time ago. As far as the CRC situation the lady mentioned, it is not their fault. If they weren't here, you'd have even more of a problem if these people aren't getting fed, taken care of. They're not giving out tents and sleeping bags like she was saying. So I'm here to kind of protect that. I do help with the homeless situation because I've almost felt it. I know what it's kind of like. So I'm a proponent of don't loosen the mandates, out. You're causing a problem, you're gone. I've already had 24 of them removed, the notorious ones, so over this period of time. And Wells and, I forgot your name, sir, they've helped me in that effort. And so if it's going to be dangerous out there, I usually go at them, unfortunately, and it doesn't turn out well for me or them. So that has to be taken care of. You cannot keep feeding these people and handing things to them because they're takers, steal from each other, rape girls in the park, all kinds of crap in people's houses, for God's sake. When is it going to stop? You stop them as soon as you find them, they're arrested and taken out of the area. This is too beautiful of a community to have that element here. Why are you here? Because it's a magnet here, there's money. So, you know what, you got to kind of look at that. Some of the things that other people have mentioned, the tower, that cannot happen. Sea Bluff, what's the update on that? Are you going to do anything about the outside dining? You know, it's just, and the cantina down here that's getting away with murder, no permits on all that work, and they're going to turn that into a Studio 54 instead of a sports bar the way it was designed and permitted for. So you got to either pull his liquor license on all of his crap, and that's it. You know, we don't need that towards, you know, these poor kids. You're listening, but you're not hearing, or you're hearing and you're not listening. That's the deal, dude.
Good evening. I'm the individual who reported the fire incident in Clark Avenue, and I had a conversation with you regarding the matter when my neighbor James requested assistance. Since our initial exchange, I have noticed limited progress in this issue from your office. As an immigrant from Guatemala, my journey has led me through experiences involving criminal activities and loss of friends due to drug-related issues. My relocation to Encinitas was fueled by the hope of finding a safer environment. However, since the night of the fire, I have been unable to enjoy peace of mind. Several squatters have taken residence in Clark Avenue, and it appears that the law enforcement can only keep them for a brief period. Unfortunately, this often leads to a return to drug use once they're released. It is evident that these individuals require not just temporary accountability, but broad treatment and gradual reintegration into society. Today at 10 a.m., we noticed that the lady that we got arrested for trespassing and she was released in downtown came back to Clark Avenue. Every choice carries consequences. They can be good or bad. And every individual are architects of their own destinies. As I mentioned in my previous correspondence, I invested in a home in Encinitas with the expectation of being secure in a secure place to build a family. Your public statements about your background growing up with limited household income and your compassionate nature have led me to believe that you genuinely care about the community. However, recent interactions and responses have left me with the impression that little is being done to address the concerns of taxpayers' money like mine. In your email, you mentioned that it would take several months for the city to approve the necessary permits for action to be taken. In essence, this implies that I'm alone in addressing this issue. I invite you to consider my perspective. Immigrating to a foreign country in search of a better life, enduring the challenges and cost of legal immigration, and dedicating long hours to secure a life I've always dreamed of. To then be told by a community representative that I'm on my own in this struggle is disheartening. Your response has been lacking of the compassion and support that one might expect from a leader. I have thoroughly worked to contribute to our community safety. I have cooperated with the police, property owners, and enhancing security measures. My efforts have extended to reach out multiple stakeholders, including yourself, Catherine Blakespear, the owner of the property, and local news outlets. I'm committed to ensuring that the community understands the current approach that appears to enable rather than address homelessness. Also, it is disturbing the peace of hardworking taxpayers like myself. I remain committed to seeking resolution on this matter. Look forward to any steps that it can be taken to alleviate.
Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, very good. Appreciate you all coming to speak and raising awareness of the issues. With that, we will move on to item 6, which is a report from closed session. And if the city attorney would please report out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 5:02 p.m., the City Council met in closed session on the item listed in the special agenda package. The City Council met in closed session under the authority of 54957 to discuss one item, which was the city manager's performance review. The City Council recessed from closed session of approximately 10 to 6, and the City Council took no reportable action when in closed session.
Thank you. And City Clerk, Madam Clerk, are there any other changes to the agenda?
There are no additional changes to the posted agenda other than those that occurred earlier in the meeting. And then moving to the consent calendar, no items have been removed by members of the public.
Any council members would like to speak on consent?
I was just going to move approval. I'll second.
Yes, and I did want to mention a couple of things here real quick. Very pleased to see these MOUs with the school districts for the crossing guards programs. Very important. Also, we are extending the local emergency for bicycle, e-bicycle, and motorized mobility device safety and to authorize expenditures for public awareness, education, and enforcement through the rest of the year as our work continues. So with that, we will have a vote.
Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to item 10B.
Yes, 10A was pulled and will be on a future agenda. 10B is interviews and appointments to the Public Health and Safety Commission. So we, once again, the riches we have in our community with wonderful people, tremendously talented, who are willing to apply to volunteer on these commissions is very heartwarming, and I appreciate it very much. So with that, the interview part is the clerk would call in alphabetical order.
Great. I'll call you 3 at a time. Lauren Andrade, followed by Scott Campbell, and then Alex Dominguez.
Should I go ahead and start here?
Yes.
Wonderful. Is there, okay, I can see my time there. Okay, wonderful. My name is Lauren Andrade. I'm a resident here in Encinitas. I live over in Village Park. I'm a San Diego native. I'm also a fire captain up at Orange County Fire Authority. We service 25 cities, including Yorba Linda, Irvine, Dana Point, and currently I'm stationed in Garden Grove, Station 86. I've also been a paramedic all over San Diego County as well as Orange County for the last 20 years. I'm excited to be a part of this commission if I get the opportunity to serve, and I want to thank you all for your service. Fortunately, I've been able to work with the sheriffs up in Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, and those communities up there. I think, you know, right now, public safety is more challenging than ever with our active shooters, our increase in wildland fire incidents, threats to our home. our first responders dealing with PTSD and making sure that they have the help that they need in order to be able to provide the service to our communities. I think, one of the things I love about the fire service and public safety is, what gets us up in the morning, and I know I can speak for the police as well and our sheriffs, is not money, right? It's service and community and giving back, and I love that about the tradition. One of the things that I do is I serve as a bagpiper for our OCFA Pipes and Drums Band, and we go all over Southern California. And those are traditions, the service and the giving back that I love, but we also have some traditions that we need to change. And one of those is making sure that we represent all of our members and have an inclusive fire department. We're vastly underrepresented, specifically here in Encinitas with our women firefighters, BIPOC, and LGBTQ firefighters. Last but not least, I think what I could offer is just like an inside out, looking at different options that we've used up there that might work here, that might be more financially not responsible, but financially advantageous for our community. As well as advocating too for our police and fire and that recruitment and retention. What we have seen from a lot of our smaller departments is they end up going up to the larger departments, right? So we end up spending our money and training these awesome people with all this experience just to lose them, right? It's important that we give them a wage and that is livable and that we support them as well as their families so they can serve us. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Ehlers, did you have a question for her?
Yeah, can we ask a question of each candidate? So the exact charter for the Public Health and Safety Commission is a bit open, and so I think and will be self-determined to some degree as far as your yearly work plan. So I'd like to ask the same question of every person: is tell me your top 2 or 3 priorities, what you see the Public Health and Safety Commission doing? Just like bullet level.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for me is, ensuring that, what our community needs are, for example, fire, right? Like when we look at fire, people think, oh, your fire department went really 96%, and it's actually more than that for our fire department. That's actually medical aids, right? So are we actually, and looking with the sheriff and discussing with them because they know what their needs are, right? And then also looking at the statistics and matching and making sure that we're actually providing, our community members with what they need, not necessarily what we want. I can tell you, I drove a tiller truck, I worked on a heavy rescue. There's certain things that are more fun to do than others, right? But making sure that what lines up with our fire department and public safety division lines up with community needs. That's number one. Number 2 is definitely going to be the diversity, equity, and inclusion component for me. That costs cities so much money. And I intend to be proactive in that, right? Sitting on that side saying, hey, let's address this so we don't have to get it on the back end, right? And protect our people as well. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell, and I'm here as an applicant for the Public Health and Safety Commission. I would like to say thank you to Chief Gordon, Captain Lawrence, and the remaining staff. They all kind of took off. And everybody else here, thank you for showing up. The public health and safety of the legitimate stakeholders in Encinitas is the #1 priority. I'm here to support the public health and safety of the residents, the businesses, and the workers in the city of Encinitas. I note and appreciate the subtle changes in the wording of the Commission's charter from May until today. There was a very nice article in the newspaper today by John Van Cleef about hunger, and another article about safely identifying people with non-visible disabilities. These are real public safety and health issues. I believe I can serve as an effective citizen's voice in public health and safety in the city of Encinitas. Success in my daily work requires me to communicate and cooperate with people in many departments: engineering, regulatory, quality, operations, marketing, service, business development, many departments. Public health and safety is not one thing. It is the sum of many small things, in aggregate, improving the quality of life for everybody. The three Encinitas Academy graduates on the applicant list are uniquely qualified to be appointed to this commission. In 2023, I've attended and spoken at well over 10 council meetings and commission meetings. At these meetings, I have identified health and safety issues and recommended solutions. I've also attended CPP meetings and a modal alternatives project presentation by engineer Wodelski. The improper use of public spaces is leading to losses in public health and safety. Increased traffic hazards, inadequate sanitation, and other hazards degrade the overall quality of life in Encinitas. Last weekend at Oktoberfest, I had opportunity to chat with 3 sheriffs. They told me their number one priority was e-bike safety. Public safety affects everybody in Encinitas. It affects residents of all ages, income, and mobility level. Safety from organized crime rings. Safety by having well-maintained storm drainage systems. Safety by having rapid access of emergency services. Safety on the road, path, and sidewalk. Once again, I'm here for the safety of all the residents of Encinitas. Quality of life and safety, public health and safety equals quality of life. I ran out of time. Thank you very much.
Scott, hey, Scott. Same question.
Yes, I have a question.
Top 2 priorities. What do you want to see this commission do?
Well, I want to see this commission achieve the written charters. I want us to see it communicate and cooperate and quantifiably identify public health and safety risks. I want this commission to cooperate and encourage coordination with groups that are actively involved in public safety. We already have good coordination, but if it can be improved, that's better. I would really like to create an insightful and meaningful report to the city council. Those are my top 3 goals. On top of that, everybody's talking about homelessness. I do believe that the proposed Buena Vista shelter will help Encinitas for people refusing to accept shelter. On top of this is with the recent 9th Circuit decision that talks about involuntary homelessness, and also the fact that the city of Sacramento has recently been sued over homelessness camps. Thank you. Any more questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Next applicant is Alex Dominguez. Alex Dominguez, followed by James Morton, and then Robert Randolph. Is Alex present?
Alex is not here. He's traveling, and he did manage to meet with all council members.
Right. James Morton, followed by Robert Randolph, and then Alexander Riley was unable to attend. Robin Sales was unable to attend tonight. So following Robert Randolph will be Marlon Taylor.
Good evening. You, me, us. In current practice, Encinitas residents engage you, the City Council, directly for questions, concerns, and ideas to improve their public health and safety. You have determined that the development of this commission is a better way to serve the community, a space where ideas and concerns regarding public health and safety can be heard, triaged, and prioritized. The goal being to provide community-developed action plans in an environment of competing interests and limited resources. In short, you're looking for help from the community to find rational ways to improve our public health and safety. Me. With 1 year left in pharmacy school, I came to Encinitas under the direction of my son's mother. That was 2004. I've been renting a home here ever since. First in Mission Ridge Apartments, then in a small house a stone throw away from the best taco shop in Encinitas, Juanitas. I am a senior clinical research professional that is realigning his careers and service interests. I co-parent an amazing 16-year-old son that attends Sunset High. Additionally, I am a long-term member of Recovery Community with a sobriety date of June 29th, 1990. These things explain why I'm here and how I have the motivation and time to serve on the committee. But how did I get here? Well, it was someone's brilliant idea to post on Instagram that applications for this position were being accepted. So I answered. So whoever that was, thank you. As a professional, I have over two decades of experience working within the culturally diverse multifunctional teams, finding rational solutions to complex problems. For 6 years as business manager for Quest Diagnostics Medical Affairs Clinical Development Executive Committee, my job was to work within teams to develop, review, and submit actionable work plans for clinical programs. As for service, I currently serve as Assistant Scoutmaster for Troop 2000. In recent years, we have successfully added over 20 girls to our ranks. Previously, I served 3 years on the St. James Academy School Board in Solana Beach, 2 years as the president. We worked to make a Catholic school education available to anybody who requested it, without regard to their circumstances. I've had many roles in service to support my recovery from alcoholism and addiction. A 10-year tenure with San Diego Spring Roundup Host Committee is perhaps the most relevant. Formed in 1978, the SDSRU is an annual convention held on Easter weekend for people in recovery from drug and alcohol addictions. On average, 2,100 San Diegans descend upon the Town and Country Hotel for 4 days filled with fun, fellowship, and recovery. 100 volunteers organized into 20 committees put the event together. After 5 years of service to the group, I was elected to a 5-year term of co-chair, chair, and trustee for the convention. Addiction and alcoholism are serious mental issues. Many of our town's safety concerns could be eliminated if there was a cure. I have about 30 more seconds. Is that okay?
Would you put it into his question?
Thank you so much. Tools like Narcan suggest that science may one day find a cure, but it hasn't done so yet. My sponsor says, from Yale to jail, Park Avenue to park bench, junior high or soon to die. The disease of alcoholism and addiction doesn't discriminate. Us. The council, together with this committee, will create a space where our community's opinions, concerns, and ideas can be heard and turned into actual plans for improving Encinitas public health and safety. It would be an honor to serve. Thank you for your time.
And then your top two priorities, I think when we talked, you said, we talked yesterday, mental health and substance abuse. Are those, that's where you'd like to see the committee go?
Well, you know, up until 2 years ago, I would have told you I have been developing a passion for gun violence and understanding it. I mean, whose heart doesn't just get completely torn away when you think about the events of Columbine? And so it's been on my back burner of agenda to just pursue that for the next going forward. Obviously, with my experience in recovery, I can definitely bring an actionable view to that. 2 years ago, however, that my shift in recovery shifted a little bit. I went from being somebody that was working with my own recovery to my son's. He began to experience symptoms and signs of anxiety, depression, ADHD, alcohol and drug abuse. And so I successfully navigated the last 2 years, you know, our county health system. And I come from a position of privilege, right? I got a good job. I got like insurance. I have resources. I have a job that I like a boss that understood what was going on. And so it's really, in recovery, we talk about trying to see how our experience can benefit others. And so I want to make sure that it's such a quiet space, you know, when you're working with your kids. And I think that I can be a voice and an eye to what many people in our community are experiencing. And I'd like to help make sure the resources are there for people that may not be as privileged as I was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Robert Randolph. Is Robert here? Okay, let's see, as I mentioned, Alexander Riley is unable to attend. Robin Sales was unable to attend. Next, Marlon Taylor, followed by Elena Thompson, and then Dan Vaughn.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Krantz, Council, and City Manager. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your consideration for this opportunity. My name is Marlon Taylor, 16-year Encinitas resident, currently USD School Board President. Little story about how I ended up starting to get involved with things locally. And excuse me, I'm extremely hungry. It's been a long day. The events of the summer of 2020 made all of us, locally and nationally, take notice of what's happening around us. The impact of the events of that summer had on the nation shook me to my core. I decided to get off the sidelines and learn as much about the city's relationship with the Sheriff's Department as possible. I became a member of Encinitas for Equality and led the organization's public safety working group. First thing I asked people within that working group to do was leave all their assumptions and emotions at the door, because making assumptions based on emotion could lead us astray. During our first couple meetings, we created a list of all of the people that we knew that worked in law enforcement. Being prior Navy, I know a lot of people that transitioned from the Navy to law enforcement. From there, we built a list of questions that we would ask those law enforcement officers. These questions were the foundation of our education. Two of the most important questions we asked were, what is the most challenging aspect of your job? And what does good policing look like? The answers we received surprised us and serve as my motivation for wanting to serve on the city's Public Health and Safety Commission. From police officers that worked in Riverside to Los Angeles to San Diego, the majority stated that dealing with individuals experiencing the mental health crisis as their biggest challenge, largely because most officers don't receive nearly enough training to effectively handle people experiencing the mental health crisis. And they understand how volatile those situations can be. Additionally, many of those officers stated a desire to have people that are better equipped with better skills and expertise to deal with those types of calls, which will allow officers to spend more time doing the things that they're better equipped to do, while also reducing response times on calls for service. They also talked about the importance of public education. Many people don't know the services that are available, how to access those services, or when to call the non-emergency hotline versus 911. Along the way, I continued to foster relationships with the local sheriff's leaderships, regular meetings with Captains Taft and Lopez, where we were able to have candid conversations, which allowed me the ability to better understand the relationship between the, dang, that was fast.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I got to say. I'll make up for the rest of it in your questions.
So top 2 or 3 priority bullets for where you want to take the subject you want to address with the this commission.
So for me, the top 3 priorities are public education on those services and who to call. Understanding that 911 is extremely limited. The number of resources in 911 operation centers are extremely limited. Being able to make sure that people are using those right resources instead of just banging 911 for calls that aren't necessarily emergency calls will help us significantly. Number 2, providing people experiencing mental health crisis the support that they need. You know, making people more aware of services like the MCRT and PERT. And finally, ensuring that our public spaces remain safe for our children to play. You know, listening to stories tonight about what's happening at the park with the loud guy. You know, nobody wants that. And there are ways that we could go about dealing with that in a humane, effective manner. So those are my 3 priorities. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Elena Thompson?
Is this, where is the? Okay. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Elena Thompson back again. Nice to see you all. So I was really kind of troubleshooting and brainstorming what exactly is public health and safety. And I asked that question because the duties of the commission are not crystal clear, and yet the duties of what was recommended, why we're even here tonight, had a lot behind it in the equity report. So I think it's important that all this does get nailed down, but whatever the case, public health and safety really spans a lot of areas. And why I think I'm qualified to be on this commission, oops, jumping ahead here, is that I have been an engaged citizen in the city of Encinitas for a number of years. Most of you have seen me up here. I've been a resident for over 30 years, and I have a very solid business experience in working with people in technology, real estate, and various boards that I've been on in Leucadia over the decades, where I served on the Leucadia 101 board as the VP and board member for 10 years, where we really focused on public safety on our 101 corridor in the redesign of the streetscape, including economic development and public health and safety related to thriving businesses on our corridor. I was the co-founder and co-chair of Bike Walk Encinitas for over 8 years, where we constantly lobbied and advocated for safer roads and sidewalks in our town, understanding the need for mental health via public safety on our roadways and on bikes and by foot. I've also been at countless city meetings advocating for public safety through mobility. I'm fluent in Spanish. I have a multicultural understanding from over 25 years of global business travel. So I have the ability to work with different people from different places and different languages, including Portuguese, some Japanese. I'm experienced with public health, mental health, and addicted behaviors, including homelessness issues, because I have relatives who've been impacted by all of this. So I've spent many a night at County Mental Health in San Diego and other things that really bring a very wide-ranging background. So I've yet to serve on a city commission. All this volunteering, all this work in the community, but I haven't been on a commission. So maybe this is my chance, depending on if you nominate me or appoint me. So I would be focused in this job on citywide public safety and public health, which I see as the key ingredients in functioning civil communities and safe communities. And in fact, that's in alignment with the city's mission that's on the website, to protect life, property, and the environment, as well as to preserve, protect, and provide innovative services that enhance the quality of life. So those weren't my priorities, but there's more on me in terms of my capabilities to be a leader on this commission with others. So I would welcome any questions and encourage you to do some speed reading of my speech, since I didn't get to finish it.
So the same question.
Thank you for your consideration.
Top 2 or 3.
Okay. Well, number one, I would avoid meddling with what's working well now. Okay, I don't think we have time as a group of volunteers to tear apart the city and tear apart everything that we think might fall under public health and safety. But I would work closely with my peers on the commission so we can decide, in addition to the duties elaborated on, what really are the key priorities, and just focus on the 3 that you're asking about. So, but again, not meddle with what's working now. Number 2, I would address those public health and safety priorities by asking the community really what those are for them. And I think we've heard a lot of them through public comments, and get the feedback so we're not just dreaming stuff up. We're really asking what are the key issues in the community, amongst the residents, amongst the businesses, and amongst our Marine, police, and fire safety crew. What are their priorities? And go from there and have our business plan really focus on that so we can deliver the report you're looking for. And number 3, I would focus on crime reduction and public safety strategies that also include, the whole homeless situation that we heard so painfully about tonight, and how that impacts people's quality of life. I think that's really important. So I think those are the top 3. Thank you again.
Next applicant is Dan Vaughn, followed by Molly Woods Drake, and then Anthony Yost.
Thank you. Dan Vaughn. I moved to Encinitas in 2001 with my wife to raise our family, put kids through the OPE, DeGaino, SDA track. And I've been a volunteer in the community since we got here, working at St. Andrews, our church, for coordinating an interfaith rotational shelter program since I started. Youth sports coach, fundraiser for YMCA. And then when I retired from full-time work about 7 years ago, I sort of stepped into a couple of additional roles. One was joining the Leavenhain Town Council, where I served for the last 6 years as a board member and 3 of those years as president. And with St. Andrews and some of our parishioners, we also co-founded 2 new ministries. One is Faith in Action, which is our social justice ministry, which is really about trying to impact systemic change so that some of the many good works that our charities do have less of a burden. And then our Neighborhood Education Center, which really is seeking to coordinate with other agencies to bring needed resources to our clients. And with that in mind, I'd just like to take a couple minutes, or I guess less than that, to talk about 2 areas that are on the agenda for tonight. One is fire safety back in Leavenhain. That's been an issue in our community that was brought to my attention very early in the work at OTC, and towards that, I helped found the Leavenhain Fire Safe Council, advocated for what ended up becoming the Fitch study and Fitch report, and co-hosted 3 community meetings where the Fitch consultants came and spoke with the community and had impactful dialogue. It'll be interesting to hear Chief Gordon's update this evening. And then with regards to the homeless issues, these are obviously very complicated, challenging issues, as we've heard many times tonight. I work directly with the homeless. I partner with numerous agencies, including the County Office of Homeless Solutions, BATH, CRC, St. Vincent de Paul, and you know, have an up-close and personal interaction with many of our homeless neighbors. And you know, as I think we heard at the Homeless Action Plan update, every situation is unique. So with that, I guess I'll move to Bruce's 2 questions. So obviously those are areas of interest for me, but what I think is most important for the commission is a role where we serve as a value-added part of city government. So I think one of the most important things to do is to be a conduit for that community interaction, a place where people can speak maybe a little bit more than 3 minutes on issues that are important to them, where we can have dialogue, where we can try to build consensus and commonality, because I think on most of these issues, there's a lot more agreement than there is disagreement, although sometimes the disagreement can be a little louder. And then the second one is to really take the time to bring in expertise and develop deep, thoughtful solutions to what are always complicated problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, council member, and city staff. My name is Molly Woodsdrake. I'm a 9-year resident of Encinitas, and I'm asking for your consideration and appointment to the Public Health and Safety Commission. Well, there are a myriad of issues which I hope the Public Health and Safety Commission focuses on. I'd like to speak today about the issue I believe is the most pressing and that I'd be honored to be a member of the commission to lead on addressing. In my opinion, and from dialogue with members of the community, and quite honestly, the recurring subject tonight, the effects that mental illness and addiction have on those suffering, as well as the impact on the communities, loved ones, and the community at large, is a public health and safety issue we are facing. Encinitas is not unique in these challenges, but I applaud our city for being proactive in seeking solutions, such as the Safe Parking Lot Program, the incredible work of the CRC and nonprofits providing support to the unhoused who are suffering, as well as working with the county sheriffs, PERT, and MCRT to find compassionate approaches to those suffering and to relieve the stress on community members and businesses impacted. I believe my experience as president of Encinitas for Equality, a nonprofit that focuses on equity issues, which includes homeless outreach and support, combined with my career working side by side with caregivers in the healthcare industry, make me professionally qualified to have a seat on the commission. However, what I think makes me most uniquely qualified is my personal experience of being a woman in long-term recovery. 22 years ago, at the age of 19, I had the foresight, access to incredible mental health and recovery care, and a loving support system that helped save my life from alcoholism and depression. I've spent the last 2 decades sharing my experiences to support others and truly believe changing the stigma through positive preventive measures as well as public peer support is a key need in our public health and safety initiatives that deal with mental health and addiction. I'd love the opportunity to provide both my professional knowledge of public health and safety as well as my personal as a member of the commission and hope you'll consider my appointment. Lastly, I want to thank the other applicants for applying and recognizing the importance of this commission. While I'm sure every applicant has their own skill set and passion for public health and safety and would make a positive contribution to the commission, I'd like to ask the mayor and council to also consider the following individuals who I've had the opportunity to work alongside. Marlon Taylor, fellow Equity Committee member who spent the last several years building connections and ties with our local and county sheriffs. Robin Sales, a retired licensed social worker who I had the honor of serving on the San Diego County Behavioral Health Advisory Board with, and Lauren Andrade, a fire captain with one of our state's premier fire agencies. And after hearing from James Morton tonight and knowing about the incredible work that Dan Vaughn does in the community, I think they'd be incredible attributes as well. Thank you for your time.
Same
And I
questions.
wrote my speech before I knew your questions about the top priorities.
problem.
So obviously a top priority would be addiction and mental health. I, similar to James, I have gone and spoken in high schools. I've done a lot of work in my entire recovery time to really try to figure out what are the preventive measures that we could put in place. I actually think if we focus more on prevention and changing the stigma, people would be more likely to talk about what's happening, and then perhaps we would not have as much unhoused people that are suffering from these. And then I also second what somebody else said is figuring out how to be in the conduit to the community. I think the thing that really, it breaks my heart that we have someone who's suffering in the park and that we have neighbors that are suffering because of that person suffering. But the compassion I heard from my community members about wanting to figure out how do we help these people, I think one of the things that this commission could do is bring everyone together and figure out, we are a village. These are our neighbors. These are our community members. How do we help them all together? And I think this commission could be really instrumental in doing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Yost?
Good evening, Mayor Crayons, council members, and staff. I think I'd like to just touch on 3 things tonight relative to my candidacy for the Safety and Health Commission. First of all, I'll just give a little background on myself, also talk about why I'm interested in the opportunity and also why I'm a good fit, and then I'll come to Council Member Ayler's question at the end. First of all, again, Tony Yost. I've been a resident here in Encinitas since 2009. I actually have a pharmacy background by education, so there's a couple of us here tonight. Retired last year after 40 plus years in life sciences, and one of my dreams, coming out of retirement is how can I give back to the community? And the community now that I know and love and plan to spend the rest of my life in. Recently, I had the opportunity to participate in the first Citizens Academy here in Encinitas, which I would highly recommend to any community members who are interested in learning more about how the city works, how city government works, and also to really, if you're interested in serving in any capacity, to really have that background knowledge during that academy, we were encouraged as participants to really consider what we would do with that knowledge. What are the next steps? And so from my perspective, when I did hear about this commission coming up, that it seemed like an opportunity and timing for me to do so, both from my own schedule as well as my background as well. The thing is, now being retired, I probably spend 80–90% of my time in Encinitas. So I have a good sense even more now of the community. One of the other things I've now gotten involved in and just recently applied for was the Senior Volunteer Patrol. I met Captain Lawrence during the Citizens Academy, and it's another way to get involved in the community. So the reason I think that I'm a fit is I've had many years of experience in leadership roles, mainly in pharmaceutical, diagnostic, healthcare services companies. And in those roles, I've consistently had to work with diverse functions, diverse individuals. I've lived in every time zone in the country. I've lived out of the country. So one of the ways to be successful, obviously, is to be collaborative. And when I look at the mandate for this group, it talks about that right off the bat: communication, cooperation, not only with city departments, but with law enforcement, but importantly, individual citizens and community groups. And we've heard some of that tonight in identifying public health concerns. I certainly have, to Councilmember Ehler's point, 2 or 3 things that are on my mind, but I think that's not what's most important. What's important from a community sense, and what are on people's minds, and how do we really identify those and then develop plans to move forward and make recommendations. But I will still come back to the 2 or 3 things. Okay. So I'll do that now since I'm out of time. So I think we heard a lot tonight about homelessness, mental health, crime. Those things in some ways go hand in hand. So on my personal list, that seems like it belongs on the top. We hear a lot about it. If you watch the Nextdoor app, you see a lot of other issues as well. Traffic safety, e-bikes, obviously this group has taken action to address that as well. And I think safety in our public spaces is also a top topic. We heard a little bit more about that tonight as well. Again, that's what you hear by listening through the means we have today, but as a commission member, I think it would be incumbent upon us to go out into the community and understand what those key concerns are, where are the areas that those concerns are at, and then work together to come up with solutions along with the community. So I thank you for your consideration and look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Perfect, and I thank you, and I hope my fellow council members won't hold the fact that you're also a Purdue grad against you.
I hope not either.
Yeah.
And then, Mayor, that does conclude our applicants. We also have 3 public speakers, so let me know when you want to
Let's hear from the public speakers, please.
So we do have 3 public speakers: Ellen Burr, Natalie Satoon, and then Vicki Campbell.
Hello again. Health and safety. I went through all the applications and I did not see a 007. So that's Cardiff. There may be some spots that are not 007, but I don't know. We don't have the full address. But lest you think that the citizens of Cardiff are not concerned about health and safety, other than Doug at the park, I'm here to say we are. They are, we are, traffic, drainage, landslides, sinkholes, crime, pollution, all of those things are of great concern to 007. And I would hate to see this focus just be on the homeless problem. It is a problem, but we need to look at this holistically, everything, health and safety for all. Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Satoon. I have a couple of slides. First, I would like to talk about 2 candidates I oppose. The first being Marlon. I wasn't going to speak about him, but In regards to the sheriff's contract, that's spinning your wheels because the sheriff's contract is governed by the County Board of Supervisors. So piecemealing things is really counterproductive to this, and we need focus elsewhere. And I also encourage you not to support Molly Woods Drake for the Public Health and Safety Commission. I submitted a letter. I have 2 slides. First, Molly's SEIU employment reeks of impropriety and conflict with the city. More importantly, Molly's character speaks volumes of her recent online presence. Last year, Molly made a series of nauseatingly egregious online posts toward lifelong Encinitas citizens, encouraging them to move from Encinitas. Some were even senior citizens, which ironically is the antithesis of DEI, which Molly supposedly endorses. Molly accused numerous residents of being racist, white supremacist, many other things. You all saw these. When people with opposing opinions voice their opinion, her words are the epitome of intolerance and inflexibility, and we need collaborate, respectful commissioners. On 2 occasions, Molly also made defamatory comments, libel per se, against me when she publicly accused me of stalking, which are criminal charges. This followed her accusation that I stalked her because my cursory Google search revealed that Molly, a then Equity Committee member, had grossly misrepresented her length of residency in Encinitas. She did not like that information being brought to the public attention. And even tonight, the 9-year residence length that she just spoke of conflicted with her online post last year. I'm including both of these posts for reference so the county can decide if they really want to appoint a candidate who commits libel per se. How does this look to appoint a person who has so little regard for the Encinitas community she seeks to represent and a person who has no hesitation or shame in committing libel per se? Molly's very recent online character reflects she lacks solid judgment in decision-making. Aside from her being unfit to serve as a benefactor of public health and safety, how can this council believe that this potential candidate committing defamation per se would not be a litigation risk to our own town? The city should focus less on DEI and move more on professional code of conduct for committee members and commissioners. This council narrowly escaped being a named party to a defamation suit last year by your Equity Committee member. Thank you.
Vicki Campbell?
Hello, thank you for letting me speak, Tony, Joy, Kelly, Bruce, and Allison. I'm a 29-year resident of Encinitas, and I've raised 2 kids in the school districts that are both graduates of college. And I believe that this is a great place to live, which is why I purchased a home here. I believe that a lot of the homeowners here are interested in having smaller lots, and a lot of the reasons that we bought homes here remaining. And I'd like to maintain that by keeping this town safe. And that includes people losing their homeowner's insurance or being classified as living in a fire zone. I have learned that my home is now in a fire zone and I won't get it replaced if it burns down. I'm also concerned about egress. Places like Olivenhain and Clark Avenue and potentially Quail Gardens and Fox Point. I believe these are very imperative safety issues that we need to address. Health is also a big issue. We have the parking on Vulcan situation. With the loss of parking, we're going to have people not able to get across the street to access restaurants. We have issues with sanitation due to the off-street dining and the uncleanliness of that area, and crime rings in the neighborhood. What I would like you to do is get a committee that is diverse enough to have thoughtful consideration with a broad enough perspective to think of all of the constituents, including the homeowners, which are more than 50% of the people that live in the area. We want to have the community input be at the center of this committee. Select people with a history of success. For example, the Encinitas Academy people with a clean record, especially on social media, that do not bully others. I would encourage you to endorse candidates like Alex Riley, Elena Thompson, Scott Campbell, Alex Dominguez, and Tony Yost. It is okay to be a white person living in Encinitas. What we're really looking for is health plus safety, which equals a higher quality of life for all. And thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, very good. I very much appreciate all those who applied and were here tonight to speak. The people who did not make it had previous commitments, but we spoke to them. So with that, I would like to remind that, you know, the commissions that we have in the city, with the exception of the Planning Commission is a little special because they actually have some different authority than any of the other commissions. They are the body that reviews land use matters, and their decision on land use matters can be final. And so they are the overseers of the city's policies and ordinances when it comes to land use. So they're unique. They are statutorily organized by state law. The other commissions are advisory to the city council. And we have been very blessed with a great number of very talented people on all of our commissions, the Environmental Commission, the Arts Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, the Senior Commission. I think that those are the existing commissions, Youth Commission. And then we now have this new Public Health and Safety Commission. The important work that the commission will do is intended to inform city council decisions and policies that we currently have and or may adopt. So to me, it was important that we had a group of people that represented some diversity and also would work well together. And as I've read the applications and I've listened to the speakers tonight, I have come up with a list of 7 nominees that is statutory, is per ordinance. The mayor, with approval of the city council, should make all appointments to boards, commissions, and committees unless otherwise provided by statute. So the first person would be Lauren Andrade. Next would be Alex Dominguez. Third would be James Morton. Fourth would be Robin Sales. Fifth would be Marlon Taylor. Next would be Dan Vaughn. And finally, Molly Woods Drake. So with that, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz. I'll be brief. Thank you so much for all the applicants. I just want to say, wow. We are so fortunate to have so many skilled, passionate, and caring public servants in our community who are willing to invest their time, energy, and expertise in being a conduit to bringing very, very important matters forward to the City Council from the community. And thank you very much. I think this group today represents the breadth of the community, and I think that you'll have a hard job and a good job of synthesizing diverse opinions and input throughout the community, throughout all the entities that you need to work with, synthesize that into what could then move forward for creating positive new change and maintaining good existing conditions. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve your recommendations. If your recommendations didn't count as a motion, otherwise, I'll second it. I just wanted to make a few comments. I lost my voice last week, so I won't talk too long so that I can preserve it this week. But I I got to serve on the city's equity committee, which was a year-long endeavor to address and tackle some of the issues that we felt weren't currently being addressed in the city. So I'm happy to see the applications of Robin Sales, Marlon Taylor, and Molly Woods Drake, who served on that committee, will be carrying over to serve as part of the Public Health and Safety Commission. I'd also like to highlight the fact that gun violence prevention was one of the topics that some of our candidates spoke to tonight, which I think is a really important one. And I thank James Morton and Lauren Andrade for putting that on our radar, because we hadn't contemplated that before. And one of the reasons why we allowed some flexibility in the charter for this commission was because we wanted to draw on the expertise and passion of the community members who put applications forward. So I think that's a good example of things that we hadn't charted before that we will get to learn more about. Lastly, I want to say that the candidates that Mayor Krantz has put forth are folks who are living on the front lines of these issues. Dan Vaughn is there every Saturday morning working with members of the unhoused residents here of our city. And we also have representation on different county behavioral health commissions, and a former law enforcement officer and a current firefighter. We'll also be able to have Marlon Taylor's expertise, who serves on the Encinitas Union School District Board, to help us with some areas of mental health in our youth, which we would like to be able to tackle. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
So the reason I asked the question I did is I was trying to figure out where the focus should be. And the number one theme that I'm going to come back to is I'm looking for balance through the community. And the top areas that I heard and I think I'm looking for on this commission is fire, crime reduction, mental health and addressing homelessness, any other health crisis, epidemics. And I really like the idea of the conduit from the community back to us, a way to collect more. I don't think that what we saw here was as balanced as what I would do. I absolutely support having somebody like Lauren with a fire background and diversity and fighting for women's rights within our organization. I think that's a great idea. Alex Dominguez, I think, brings the direct connection and liaison to the sheriffs and a lot of experience. James Morton, I think you swayed me with your experience. And the gun violence, I agree. I thought that was a great ad, and I'm looking for people that will be thinking that way, so I support him. Robin Sales, I think, has just proven she's a mental health professional, retired. You know, as I think the other council members said, we have some amazing people here, so I support that. Marlon Taylor with the EUSD, I really support putting you on here. I thought your answer to my question was spot on. So, and then Dan, you walk the walk, and you live it, and I support you. I would like to see some other people on there. I thought Elena Thompson brings, one thing I always can count on from Elena is she'll read everything, she'll understand it, and she'll maybe tell it a little raw to us and hit us hard in the face, but I like the fact that you do your homework and you come in here knowing what to do. So I would have substituted you in there. And I think Alex Riley is another one who, from a marine safety standpoint, understanding I would have swapped. So at this point, I'm not going to support the motion because I disagree with, I look that it's too one-sided, in my opinion.
Councilmember Blackwell.
I'm not going to add a lot of extra comments. I think Councilmember Ehlers and Councilmember Hinsey have covered the qualities of the candidates. My list is more or less very similar to what Mayor Krantz has put forward. So I'm going to support that and hope we can move forward with it. And I would thank all of the applicants. I thought it was an excellent, excellent group of people coming forward. Really, really appreciate that.
And the Mayor, do you have a recommendation for which four you want for the terms expiring? So four members' terms will expire in 2026 and 3 in 2027, or if you want to switch 3 in 2026 and 4 in 2027, that's totally up to you.
Oh, that's tough. I would say those who served on the equity committee would be those three, and Mr. Morton.
So 2026?
Pardon me?
So for 2026 to expire? So it's Mr. Morton, Marlon Taylor, Molly Woods Drake, and Robin Sales.
Correct.
And then Lauren Andrade, Alex Dominguez, and Dan Vaughn will be 2027. Okay,
Say that, I actually meant the four that I listed were 2024,
2026,
2026, and then what was the next period?
2027, is
Okay, that's correct.
that correct? Okay, great. Motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no. And just a reminder to those applicants who are not appointed, just a reminder that these meetings are public meetings. They're open to the public, so you are welcome to attend the meetings, and they will be noticed on our website, just like all the other commissions.
Okay, we're going to take a break until 8:25.
So let's see, 2026.
Back together. I think we have a quorum here in the room. I may have been the only one that went out and used the restroom, but what the heck. No excuses.
At our age, I didn't miss the opportunity, Tony.
Oh,
You know
okay,
better
good.
than that.
All right, we are moving on to item 10C, a very important issue related to the Buena Vista Creek Navigation Center, which is a memorandum of understanding with the city of Vista. And Patty is in chair number 1, and we have in chair number 2, Stephen Gonzalez, and then our Director of Development Services, Carrie. Kuziak? I was corrected last time with Carrie Kuziak.
Kushak.
Kushak, there we go. Kushak. She's got me. Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Patty Anders, and I'm the Planning Manager of Policy and Housing, and I will be presenting the Buena Creek Navigation Center this evening. But I do want to point out that Stephen Gonzalez, our Homeless Solutions Manager, is truly the mastermind behind this, and we wouldn't be here without his effort. So I just wanted to give that shout out before I start. As you may recall, back in May of 2023 this year, Encinitas received a permanent local housing allocation, or PLHA, grant funds. The first 3-year grant allocation was for just over $665,000, and with that grant, we have an additional 2 years of funding, just under $271,000. So the total 5-year grant is $936,000, so it's a pretty significant amount. And of that, the city is obligated to spend $156,000 by April 30th of this year. The majority of the grant funding is to establish a navigation center, and other allowed expenses are supportive case management services, rapid rehousing, and street outreach. Staff has been coordinating with the City of Vista to address homelessness and establish a navigation center in North County, San Diego. Stephen found a site on unincorporated land in the county of San Diego near the City of Vista. The proposed Buena Creek Navigation Center, or BCNC, would be a non-congregate, low-barrier shelter for adults only. And just for those of us that may not be familiar with the term, low barrier means the requirements for entry are limited or minimal, and the focus is on harm reduction to seek resources by eliminating such obstacles. The BCNC site consists of 3 parcels and 4 buildings. 2 two-story buildings. Each contains 6 rooms. Each floor contains 6 rooms, a common kitchen, 2 bathrooms, living space, and each floor has secured, locked entry and individual addresses. Encinitas' building is shown with the yellow arrow and is located at 2162 South Santa Fe Avenue, which is the lower level of the structure. Vista would occupy the upper story of the building shared with Encinitas, and then occupy an entire building to the south, shown in the blue arrow on the map, which is located at 2170 to 2172 South Santa Fe Avenue. And again, each level has their own address, so that's why there's 2 addresses per structure. The site also does include 2 administrative buildings, shown in yellow, to the parcel to the east. One building is a house, which consists of 4 bedrooms and 1.5 baths, and a garage, which will be used for, could be used for staff housing, conference space, laundry facilities, and/or case management and supportive services. It is also important to note that the site is 300 feet from the Buena Creek Sprinter Station and 100 feet from the Breeze bus stop, so guests of the center would have convenient access to several different transit options. As I mentioned, Encinitas would have 1 level with 6 rooms with a maximum occupancy of 2 guests per room, so a total of 12 beds. Vista would have 18 rooms with maximum occupancy of 2 guests per room for a total of 36 beds. So the total capacity of the center would be 48 beds exclusively for homeless individuals in Encinitas and Vista. Encinitas would have 25% of the beds, and therefore the responsibility would respectively be 25% of the cost. The initial stay we anticipate would be less than 120 days with an option to extend with case manager recommendations. However, I did want to note also that some guests may only stay a few days and may be referred to other necessary services such as mental health or detox facilities. So partnering with Vista allows both cities to substantially reduce the cost of independently operating a navigation center by sharing cost and leveraging resources. It creates a more regional solution of providing emergency shelter beds in North County, which we know we are in urgent need of. And it will allow both cities to have permanent shelter beds reserved exclusively for homeless individuals of both Encinitas and Vista. The BCNC would provide safe, stable, and affordable solutions, which include helping people transition from homelessness by providing necessary support services to transition into permanent housing. It would provide a location with intensive case management and wraparound services such as individual stabilization plans upon intake and weekly updates, assistance with benefit navigations to complete housing-related financial assistance, and set short and long-term goals for a stabilization plan leading to self-sufficiency. And a complete list of the services is included in attachment 2 in the draft RFP. And I wanted to note that the selected service provider, in coordination with both cities, will establish specific operations, processes, and criteria of the BCNC. So the city is partnering with the City of Vista with an MOU and a joint request for proposals due to the urgent need for homeless shelter beds for both cities. The Vista City Council approved the BCNC yesterday on September 26 with minor revisions to the draft RFP and moving forward with the master lease before selection of a service provider with the following requirements. Building inspections and submittal of a Section 1 certification of clearance, so we have assurance that the buildings are basically pest-free. So the City of Vista made modifications to the RFP, and since council hasn't seen these, I'm going to read these in detail so you're aware of the text. The service provider contract term is amended from 1 year with an additional 4-year extensions. The original RFP was for 3 years and 2 1-year extensions. The second modification was that verification of clients are free from infectious disease upon intake. And if a client is referred to a center that displays symptoms of any infectious disease that does not require immediate medical attention, a plan for isolation upon intake and before direct contact with other clients and staffs would be made. The next was locking storage furniture to be required for each client to store medication, documents, and personal belongings subject to HIPAA requirements. And then to clarify that transportation coordination for clients onto and off of the property, including provision of transit passes for the North County Transit District systems, are for clients without their own means of transportation. And to provide and oversee and coordinate site security 24 hours per day, including the installation and monitoring of a closed-circuit camera system. And then lastly, to closely monitor the physical condition of all property and report maintenance concerns immediately to the collaborative partners, which is the City of Vista and City of Encinitas. So this is an overall tentative schedule for the RFP. As I mentioned, Vista City Council approved the master lease agreement prior to selection of the service provider and release of the RFP last night with the changes to the RFP that I just described. The RFP would be released by Vista tomorrow if the council approves it this evening. Site tours would occur in October, and the deadlines for proposals would be submitted by November 3rd of this year. And then staff of both cities would conduct interviews in early to mid-November and bring the recommended service provider and the proposal and cost back to the council in November with the goal of opening the BCNC in January of next year. So staff recommends that the council approve the MOU by and between the City of Encinitas and the City of Vista to cooperate on the establishment of the Buena Creek Navigation Center for North County, San Diego. Authorize the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to execute the MOU in substantial form as included in attachment 1. Authorize the release of the RFP for service provider and the aforementioned edits by the city of Vista and in substantial form as included in attachment 2. And authorize the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to execute the draft master lease agreement for the BCNC in substantial form following selection of a service provider as included in attachment 3. And this concludes staff's presentation, and Stephen and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers?
Yes, we do have one, Elena Thompson, with a time donation from John Thompson.
Hi, Elena Thompson. I want to thank Steve and the city for bringing this forward because this is so important for our city, and I really support it. I am concerned, however, that Encinitas was not sounding like a very nice place to live tonight. So I'm really hoping that, in fact, I think as our mayor has promised, that when we have a shelter, we can actually help these people and get them off our streets and out of our parks. Is that going to be the case here, or are we going to be encumbered by state law that we can't actually still get the homeless off our streets? Because the contract reads like it's really nice and we can rush through it all tonight and everybody can stamp their sign of approval, but there's some big questions still outstanding that I would have as a resident, and that would be number one, how are we going to pay for this? It says it's $11,000 a month for the beds, but that doesn't include any of the operating costs. So I would encourage you all to discuss that and be clear on that, because we're committing to a long-term contract to do great things, which again, I'm supportive of, but who's going to foot the bill when the grant money dries up or it doesn't come through? And we have now this dependency on external money. Okay, so that's something that's really key. The other was, as I mentioned, will this allow us to enforce, in fact, our municipal code that I discussed last week, where we have a municipal code that does ban camping in Encinitas and sleeping in cars? Is that going to allow us to do that, or is this going to be an elixir that really doesn't quite get us to the finish line? We don't want to embroil ourselves in the messes that other cities throughout the state have seen they're embroiled in. So this is just waving the flag of caution to try to help out. So finances, enforcement of code. I was concerned in the contract. Did all of you read it in full? Because I was up really late last night. Did everybody read it? Who's going to vote on it tonight? Good. Because it was rather lengthy. And I have to say that I have concern of us losing local control over what we do in Encinitas. I noticed inserted in the copy was this COC, Continuum of Care. What is the continuum of care? It looks like we're joining a regional group where maybe the regional group is, the countywide group is going to be deciding for Encinitas what happens in this case and down the road if we do cancel, if Vista falls out, if the service provider doesn't come through. The service provider in Escondido just bailed on the whole project. Escondido's scampering to figure out what they do with their shelter. So again, these are just cautionary reminders to help you all, because you have a big job here and what you're going to do, potentially approving this in kind of this rush mode. I don't know why it's such a rush. Like the JFS parking lot was a rush. Getting it moved somewhere else was a rush. Getting it, everything's a rush with this homeless thing. And I think we need to get it right, because there's no case studies of where it's gone well, right? So, and the other thing I would say is that low barrier, I had to laugh because I did a Google, and this place is right up the street. It looks like a good location. I sold a couple of houses in that area, but it's right up the street from a cannabis den. How convenient, It's low barrier. They can come and go when they want. There's no curfew. They can bring dogs. They can do their drugs there. I mean, I think we need to really review this contract before it gets rubber stamped tonight, and we're stuck living with it without any money to pay for it, okay? And I was also concerned with the language that they didn't mention the Vista jurisdiction for the shelter, and I'm concerned that this continuum of care and the potential regionality of this, that it's a regional shelter, might come back to bite us, and they might say, well, no, Encinitas, you have to take it. So again, we need to be reviewing the contract, and I don't think that there's been enough time, because I think you only all got this on Friday, and there's a lot of questions to be asked, and I don't feel that you're going to have time to really debate it, because you've had a long workday. So I would say cool your jets and let's get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it is right. I think we've been working on this for quite some time. I think it's the key to being able to address the issues of homelessness in our city. It's the key. We don't have a shelter. They get to stay right there on the sidewalk or in the park or anywhere on public property. Boise, that's the decision. Now, we're working, the governor's working to try and get, the Supreme Court to take up the case of, up in Oregon, and hopefully we can get some clarity there. But bottom line is we have to have a shelter. We have to have an alternative for the sidewalks. And so to hear all of the oral communication tonight about issues with homelessness around our city and not have a shelter solution is a problem. So I know Mayor Franklin in Vista and his council have worked diligently to get this put together. We are very fortunate to be able to partner with them to have that option of providing shelter to the homeless people in our city. The continuum of care is something we're a part of. We didn't get to opt out of that. That is a real thing. There are regional issues related to homelessness, and so regional solutions are, in fact, pretty common. So very pleased to have this before us tonight. And with that, I'll ask Deputy Mayor Lyons to speak.
Thank you. I have been looking forward to this coming before us for quite a while, and I'm happy to see it before us. I'm going to move for the recommended action, staff's recommendation. But I do think it's important to have a little bit of dialogue here in the public forum, because just earlier today, I was meeting with Deputy Wells and Deputy, I think I have your name, Hoover, sorry, with the community in Cardiff, was some community business owners who requested that we all meet to talk about what can we do. And it was informative to everyone there, some of the things that were represented. And maybe Captain Lawrence could speak to this, to answer this question. How specifically, to illustrate for the public, how specifically this shelter will be used in the field or in the day-to-day engagement that your skilled staff has with homeless in our community. Could you help with that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This gives us the ability to enforce what was previously mentioned with our ordinances related to camping. The sleeping in vehicles is still a different issue altogether, which hopefully is going to get resolved by some court decisions in the future. That is considered their residence at this time by the courts, so that's a little bit more of a touchy subject. But living in the public areas is what this allows us to enforce again. So it will be able to be utilized for some of our service-resistant people that are out there. It gives us a leveraging tool to have them seek the services that have been provided for them, and we'll help them get off the street, disregard their substance abuse or whatever ailment they may have, and also seek the mental health system and get help from there as well.
And so a typical experience of engagement might mean that your deputies would encounter someone, whether they'd be called to encounter or they would encounter, and the deputies would go through, I don't know if the right word, but it's almost like a triage to try to figure out what's the status of this individual. It may be someone they've known for years, but they know that there may be some mental health issues, and so they might come to it with understanding that there might be a few issues, but what the status of that individual is right on that at that moment may vary from what they expect. But they'll go through a list of, is there warrant out for this person? Is this person looking like they're going to harm themselves? Is this person going to harm someone else? And so there's kind of like I'm probably not using the right words, and you're welcome to do that for me if you'd like. But one of the things that the outcomes is that they're no harm to themselves. They're not demonstrating any illegal activity and so forth. So there's no reason that you can either connect them with a service or they refuse to be connected to service, or there's no reason why you would take them into the sheriff's station, right? And so that's where the people get, you don't have any ability to get them into any connection with service. So that's where then we can step in, and because we can provide a bed, that will allow us to connect that person to services even if they don't want to. Did I characterize that okay?
There was a lot to unpack there.
Okay.
So let me start by the term triage is correct. So whenever our deputies are making contact with an individual, they are going to go through those checks and balances, one, to see if it's someone who's wanted, someone who needs to go to jail first rather than seek services as a priority. Two, the danger to themselves or others. You're referring to a 5150 hold. That's a very particular thing. I think there's some misconception in the community on when we can't use that tool. It's very specific with either an immediate physical danger of themselves or others, or they're gravely disabled. And to reach a gravely disabled point is very specific as well. It's essentially not able to care for themselves, where they're on the side of the road or even in their own home. They can't feed themselves, bathe themselves, provide themselves with the basic functions that a human would. So that's a high level to reach in order to 5150 somebody. And we have to be careful when we do use that, because a tool that's overused improperly is a tool that's bound to be taken away. With regards to forcing someone into one of these treatment facilities, that is not going to be the case. This is still a voluntary solution. Care Court was mentioned earlier this evening. It won't be ready to go in October of this year by any means. It's still far, far away. There was too wide of parameters that were given, and honestly, our legal system isn't ready for that, to take people's liberties away in that style yet. The California judges are working on a solution to make Care Court work, but we're still a little ways away from that. So back to trying to fill your question related to the voluntariness. It's still a voluntary move for someone to go to this facility, but it's in lieu of the legal process, and that's where it's another tool that we can use, again, against those service-resistant individuals who we see on a daily basis. The COPS team, represented by Deputy Wells and Deputy Hoover there, speak to these individuals daily, if not several times a day, and this will be the teeth that we can use against them to get them to move on. So we're greatly looking forward to this partnership with the Buena Creek, and we thank Stephen and his team for the hard work that he's done putting in for this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. You said it so much more eloquently. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that we're doing this with another city who we're aligned with, and we've created a partnership. And Stephen, I really want to thank you for helping connect the dots here. This is innovative. I'm all about this going forward, and we'll learn as we go. And this is one important step to take tonight.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. I want to thank Stephen. You're a treasure, and I don't think we'd be able to have made so much progress if it weren't for your dedication to the work that you get up to do every single day. I, too, am really grateful that this program has come to be, because the high cost of land in Encinitas and the different political barriers that we have to creating shelter space would, just seem like an insurmountable thing last year to be able to offer this. So I'm so glad that you found a way to make that a solution. I am fully supportive of approving this staff recommendation tonight. I do have a question about the security that was added as part of the Vista lease. I understand that security can be quite expensive, and I want to clarify first if that means that we're providing a person that's going to be doing 24 hours a day of security, or if it's just a camera, and if we've budgeted for that cost, and if the grant is able to cover some of that.
So this requirement will be in the RFP, and the provider will come back with an option of how to comply with that, whether it's on-site personnel 24/7 or a combination of cameras and staffing. So we purposely are leaving the RFP open so that we're requiring providers who have experience doing this so they can give us the most cost-effective and efficient way to manage and operate this to be successful.
I see. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I also feel really good about the step we're taking at this project. I think it addresses a big need. I also think that I'm really glad it's low barrier. That's difficult to do, but it's really important. So I do have a couple questions. Let's talk about the cost. I know the monthly rent is $11,000 per month for Encinitas, which represents about a quarter of the cost, I'm guessing. And then there's the monthly operating costs. We don't know what those are yet. Do we have any, and our share would be 25% of the total, but do we have any idea what the total would be? Just a range or rough estimate?
We don't have a good current market rate because this is such a niche operation, right? It's not like building a house of a certain size. So we did put in the RFP that we want someone that's cost effective to try to clarify that budget matters, and we want to use our funding responsibly and ensure we get someone that's qualified and knows how to do this. So I think we've drafted the RFP in a way where it's clear that this isn't an open-ended funding source. But until we get those proposals back, we just won't know.
And that will come back to the council in November with a recommendation on the whole package, if you will, plus what the cost is and how we would fund it.
Absolutely. It would come back for your review and approval.
Great, thank you. The second question I have, actually, it's the third question, isn't it? My third question has to do with the number of beds. So we have 6 rooms, 12 beds that would be dedicated to Encinitas. And I think we don't know yet what the usage would be. If we have low usage of those, then we're well covered. If we have high usage, do we have the ability to pick up any other beds in this center that Vista isn't using?
Currently, we are going to have control over the 12 beds that we are paying for. Vista has a much higher need than we do. We've worked very collaboratively with Vista, so I don't want to say unequivocally no, but contractually, we are exclusively have 12 beds, and they exclusively have 36 beds. But we have a really good partnership with Vista. It's been a wonderful relationship, and we look forward to moving forward with them in a very productive and collaborative manner.
So that ratio could change depending on both cities' needs, possibly.
Contractually, we're going to be in the 12 and 36 respectively.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Okay. I think this is great. We've had the advantage individually to meet and get briefed by staff, so I think there's some information that staff has shared with me personally, and I think probably with the rest, that I'd like to get out there. This is actually not located in Vista. It's in unincorporated San Diego County, right? And it is, so the residents are free to come and go during the day. What about at night? Do they have to stay there for the programs and participate?
They can have off-site privileges, and we do anticipate that the service provider will have hours that they have to be in. We will work, the City of Vista and Encinitas will work with the service provider. We do get a say in that, but of course they are the experts, so it's not like it's that they can come and go in all hours of the night. There has to be structure and normalcy and some criteria.
And then when we talked in a briefing, we talked about it's low barrier, not no barrier. Drugs are not allowed. Can you confirm that in the facility?
Yes, thanks for, I wanted the opportunity to clarify that. Low barrier means guests may have drugs in their system when they enter, but there will not unequivocally be any drug use allowed on site. Now, if people go off-site and use drugs, we can't control that, and we're not drug testing them when they come back. But they have to be actively participating in their weekly, their individual service plan. So that, if you're out doing drugs and that's not productive and leading you to your goal. So they have weekly accountability.
Okay, and then as far as, where was it going? The overnight security, they will have hours they have to be there, and in the RFP will be the explanation of how the various respondents to the RFP propose, and then we will be able to select that, as you said, correct?
Correct. I don't know that we would be able to have 24-hour security on site, because that's quite expensive, but we would work with them to figure out what is the best use of our funds and what's the best security we need.
And so tonight, by approving what we're approving here, this MOU, we're not actually committing funds yet, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so we will know the price tag from the entire wrapped-around services. I think in our case, we also have to buy furniture, and then there's the lease for $132,000 a year. We'll sum that all up. It'll come back to this body, and we'll get to approve it. So
That's correct. And even release of the RFP does not financially bind the city. It's good to clarify that. The MOU nor the release of the RFP financially obligate the city. It just gives us the opportunity to see what the cost of operating the center would be.
And I don't know whether this question goes to the city attorney, the city manager, or to Captain Lawrence. It's about fulfilling the requirements of Martin versus the city of Boise. That is the key issue here. Obviously, if we have the capacity, I'm hearing from Captain Lawrence that we'll be able to enforce our ordinances, so that if somebody is breaking a law, in particular having to do with camping or using public property to the exclusion of others, where there's actually an ordinance being broken, that we could enforce it. What I've read about Martin versus Boise is that what happens if all 12 beds are full? Do we suspend that during that time? How do you see that working?
Thank you, Councilmember Ehlers. That does provide a challenge if all beds are full for that facility, although Stephen and his team do constantly work with the county to see if there are other beds available in other parts of the county that we could utilize. We have come up against that numerous times, though, that there are no available beds in the county as a whole. As you know, the need far exceeds what's available, the supply versus the demand. So if there is no bed available, then it does become unenforceable again, and that's where we have to maintain constant communication with Stephen and his team and the city in general with what's available there and what's not.
If I may, Councilmember Ehlers, just to clarify, that's a great point. So by having our 12 beds, it does not remove our regional partnerships that we are a part of, that Stephen has connections with. And sometimes just his existing relationships, he's able to find beds with our partners, other service providers. So it doesn't prevent us from utilizing all of those other regional resources.
And I was going to ask the next question to staff, which is right along that lines. The name of the place is the Buena Vista Navigation Center, and when it was explained to me by staff, that's because it's a waypoint that people may be there for a while, but then again, for the most part, if there is an appropriate service elsewhere, it's a place to get them off the street in a safe location. And if you want to fill it in better than I will, Stephen, you'd be ideal to explain that.
No, that's exactly correct, sir, that it's just a great opportunity to help them navigate the system, right? The system can be so overwhelming and complex that giving them the opportunity to be that immediate reprieve and care to take them off of the street, to provide them with the correct service providers, case managers, social workers, to get them moving to that next place. It may be dealing with a substance use disorder, serious mental illness, whatever that individual action plan entails, and really hearing what they have to say and where they want to go, right? Because so often they're just told where they need to go, what direction they're pushed in, and giving them the opportunity to open up, and see them through that trauma-informed lens to really give them the assistance that they need.
Great. And so this is really we could keep this capacity relatively open, at least a bed or two. It's not a place to park them permanently if there is a more appropriate, better solution elsewhere. I think it may have been Dan, as an applicant, said they're all different, right? And this is the place to get them where you can wrap them with services and then get them to the right place. So I think that helped me immensely understand what was going on here and how it's intended to work. My only concern is that we be good neighbors to those apartment buildings next door, but I think it sounds like we'll learn more as we go through this process. So this is step one, and I'm supporting it.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. The main things that this navigation center does is, per the staff report, page 4, very well written, provide a location with intensive case management and wraparound services, obtain necessary documentation to complete housing-related financial assistance, set short-term and long-term goals for a stabilization plan leading to self-sufficiency. The RFP has more detail on all these things. And then the paragraph that I think is important to know is these services will ultimately result in person experiencing homelessness to be placed in a treatment facility for serious mental illness or substance use disorder, which I think is the case with a significant number of the people that we have in our community that are sleeping on the street. And this is helps to place into transitional permanent housing, providing supportive housing services on a housing first basis without requiring transitional steps or demonstrated sobriety, is effective for people experiencing chronic homelessness. Providing this supportive housing offers safe and stable housing environments to conduct intensive case management supportive services to help people manage serious chronic issues that would otherwise limit the person experiencing homelessness's ability to obtain resources and navigate the housing process on their own. And Stephen does this every day. Appreciate Deputy Wells and the team. It's really important. I think Elena asked a very important question as well, which is, what about if our grant monies go away? To me, this is a very important part of addressing homelessness in our city, and I personally am committed to finding the general fund resources that are necessary to make this service a part of addressing the issue of homelessness in our city. So seeing no other speakers, there is a motion, and I seconded it, so we'll now vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all. Appreciate the public comments, and we still have a lot of work to do. And we are now on to item 11A. And it's a very important item, and we've had several people stay, and I appreciate your patience. We have Fire Chief Josh Gordon here to present an update on a Liebenhain evacuation plan. And Captain Lawrence is here because evacuation is a team effort.
All
Nice
right.
picture.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, council members, public. I just want to bring up the picture. It's actually a painting from Mary Helmreich, who I'm using as my backdrop because I think it's a very a good picture and representation of Liebenhain and what we're talking about tonight. So, get right into it here. So I know we've been talking about the Liebenhain evacuation plan for a while now, and there's been a couple iterations and a lot of meetings, but I just want to kind of go over first with the rationale of why we need one of these evacuation plans for this community. And I think we all here know why, but it's just good to kind of go over it again. It's 5 square miles of approximately 6,200 residents. There's over 2,300 housing units, over 380 horses. It's in the very high fire hazard severity zone. There's some older building construction, as noted by this great picture of the Levenheim Town Hall. There's access and egress issues. There's vegetation management issues, as well as the fuel topography and weather that, when aligned, can cause a very large weather or wildland fire threat. So, this is only a snapshot of some of the fire history that's happened in our area, and it could go a little deeper into some of the different dates and different fires, but I think this is a good representation of why we need an evacuation plan in the community of Levenheim. So Levenheim evacuation plan, the first iteration obviously came out in December of 2021, and there was a lot of concern by the public. And with that, there was 3 community meetings that took place in Levenheim, and there was a lot of concerns brought up. There was a lot of questions, and with that, I think the evacuation plan itself needs to be a working document, something that we can create to the concerns and the questions that the community has, as well as the operations of the fire department and the sheriff's department, so that we can have a safe and efficient evacuation. Along with the 3 meetings that Fitch and Associates did, I've also met with the Levenheim Fire Safe Council. So when I became the fire chief, they reached out to me first, and we had a great conversation. Started in January of 2023 on a Zoom meeting, but we did have a lot of conversations about the concerns and some of the issues that the evacuation plan did not cover. On March 6th, we had another meeting, continued the conversation about the concerns and the possible fixes to those concerns, and then we also, I brought forth the edits that we're going to go over tonight to the Levenheim Fire Safe Council so that we could discuss those and go over them. I have not been able to completely tackle every concern and every question that the Levenheim Safe Council or the community of Levenheim has, but I like to say that this is a marathon and not a sprint. Like, we do want to get to those concerns, and it's going to take manpower and money and some different ways of doing things. So with that, I do want to thank the Levenheim Fire Safe Council and all the other members of the community for being here. We've had a really good relationship. We've been collaborating, conversations. While they don't always agree with me, I think that is a good thing. I think that internal conflict, and very respectful when I say conflict, but we have some really good conversations about the direction of the wildland fire safety path that we want to take there in the community. So, and then with that, the Levenheim Fire Safe Council did a lot of work to get a community wildland protection plan going in the CWPP. And I know, which I'll kind of talk about later, Sarah Lifton and the Levenheim Fire Safe Council has reached out to me about creating that Firewise community, which is something that we want to support and assist with. And we're going to collaborate a lot with that coming up. And we'll talk about that a little bit more towards the end of the presentation. So let's get into the evacuation plan itself, right? It's an operational plan that when a wildfire event happens, we are going to turn to help with the efficient and quick removal of the residents within the community, so our evacuation plan. The Fitch came up with 5 evacuation zones, which studies have shown, and they brought forth, is that there's phased zone evacuation, just something that works in other communities. So here are the 5 zones. They did some algorithms and created these zones that they thought would be the best for these certain areas of the communities to have an efficient phased evacuation. One of the things that we're working on is some signage to put up within the community that says where your zones are. And then I'll show you later that on our website, we're working on a platform that will also educate everybody where their zone is. So once we decide a evacuation is needed, the fire department is the one who declares the emergency and says, hey, we need to evacuate. And then we turn all the logistics and the facilitation of the evacuation over to the sheriffs. And he is here for good moral support for me tonight. But really, you know, they're going to facilitate the control points, traffic control points, and facilitate that evacuation as efficiently as they can. Now, there's only so many sheriff. We know that. But we do have other resources. We have public works from the city that can come help. We have our lifeguards that can assist, as well as our fire prevention staff. So we do have other means of personnel and to come out and assist with the evacuation. One of the things that we, as a group, for the fire department and the sheriff, is we use a San Diego County grid map to identify where those evacuations are going to be. The sheriffs have trained on it, we have trained on it, and it's worked really well. But with that said, we're moving to something new, which is called Zone Haven. Zone Haven is a new platform that the county is going to. We were looking at it a couple years ago and about to try to put some money towards it, but the county reached out and said, hey, this is such a good evacuation tool that we're going to actually pay for it and provide it to the cities. So we're happy to say that we're not paying for this, which is good. If you notice, if you know, over to the right of your screen, there's kind of the top of Liebenhain, and as you work down, you see these other polygons that Zone Haven has put as an evacuation zone. These polygons fit into our zones. So they took our zones and they ran their algorithm for population and street widths and you know, vegetation. They put all this different information that they found throughout the county into these polygons, and then they sent them to us with the fire departments and said, hey, vet these. Are these zones that you think would work? And we tweaked some of them to better fit our communities. But at the end of the day, this is the product. And so I'm going to click on here, and hopefully these links, Karen. Is that okay?
We have a security concern, so maybe the deputies need to address
It was working
this.
earlier, I promise. All right, awesome. All right, sorry about that. So I clicked on the Zone Haven, and so this is going to be actually an interactive map that's going to be on our website that is public facing. So you'll be able to come on here and look at Encinitas. Over here is Encinitas, and kind of drag it over here into Liebenhain. And right now, we're not implementing this until October 9th, so the public-facing view cannot see our zones. But if I go to the draft evacuation zones that I have, you can see that all of San Diego County is now within zones. So I know one of the concerns in some of the videos that I watched was that there's no real coordination between Rancho Santa Fe, Carlsbad, and Encinitas' evacuation. Well, with this program, we are utilizing each of these polygons to work off of each other and have a live view of how we're evacuating each other's communities. So it all works together. It's very complicated in the algorithms, but I honestly don't know the inner weeds of how the Zone Haven does all of that. But the main part is it's a collaborative effort between all of the cities around us so that when we evacuate, we're evacuating and understanding the speeds of the evacuation and the efficiency of their routes. So I wish I had the actual platform available to us at the moment, but that doesn't come out until October 9th. So the good thing is we can use this platform for training. I can drop a fire in Harmony Grove or Elfin Forest or inside of Liebenhain, and it will give us fire modeling so that we can actually train and see what those fire times would be and benchmarks of where that fire would go and how fast it's moving with the weather and topography and fuel that has been entered into the system. So it's a pretty cool training tool. It also can model the fire that is there. So when you go back to your Zone Haven platform that you guys can see, I'm going to kind of scroll out here and move up the state where there's some fires. Now, none of these fires actually are have any evacuations at the moment. They've all been lifted, so I don't want to say I wish they were having evacuations because that's bad, but it'd be better for the presentation. But if you look over here, you can click on your zone on this public-facing Zone Haven platform, and you can see what the notifications are for your area. So it's interactive to you. It shows you what is the critical information that you need to know, if there's an evacuation order, a warning, and then also provide you information. If I click on the fire here, this fire is contained at 85%. It started on 8/16, and the acreage is 2,836. And this is updated live as the fire is going. So it's a pretty good tool for the public to be informed, as well as for us to use to assist in the efficiency of an evacuation. All right, let me go back to the actual PowerPoint and the evacuation plan here. So with that said, with any new tool, we're gonna use kind of a dual purpose here. So we're gonna have the public safety grid able to be overlaid on the Zone Haven so that if there's any training issues, or if someone isn't familiar or comfortable with Zone Haven yet, we can still revert back to some tried and true ways of doing things, and then we could still apply it because it's overlaid over the Zone Haven to the Zone Haven map itself. So it's a little bit of a dual purpose there. So, all right, so let's get into the actual event. So Fitch & Associates came up with two models that would affect the Leavenheim community with two different scenarios, one being far away and one being close. So scenario A is the wildfire that is outside of the city limits and approaching west from Harmony Grove or Rancho Santa Fe. It could be Escondido, it could be further down, but it's one where it provides us some time to get the evacuation process moving. So the exposed population north of Fortuna Ranch Road, including Booman Road, will be evacuated via the Double L Ranch Road gate, and evacuation routes are as follows. So I am going to read these, and I'm sorry this is really boring, but I think it's important to understand, where you need to go during the evacuation. So southbound on Coppercrest Road is going to go to Lone Jack, southwest on Lone Hill Lane to Lone Jack, southbound on Lone Jack Road, southbound on Lone Hill Lane to Dove Hollow, westbound on Dove Hollow Road, westbound on Double L Ranch Road, and southbound on Rancho Summit Drive to Fortuna Ranch Road, and westbound on Booman Road to Fortuna Ranch Road to Lone Jack Road. So the common theme here is we're going to Lone Jack Road, right? So as we move on, here's where some of the edits start coming in. So the exposed population south of Fortuna Ranch Road will be evacuated via the Lone Jack Road to Rancho Santa Fe Road, accessing Interstate 5 via Manchester. And that's where the original plan stopped. There's a lot of concerns that why are we not using Encinitas Boulevard? Well, I agree. I think we need to use Encinitas Boulevard. It is a very wide road that can handle a lot of traffic, right? So we put in there, or Encinitas Boulevard as directed by law enforcement and fire personnel. So with that, the south on Wildflower Drive to Wildflower Valley Drive west to Lone Jack Road. We're gonna go westbound on El Camino del Norte, southbound on Lone Jack Road to El Camino del Norte, westbound on Camino del Rancho, and then southbound on Rancho Santa Fe Road. And again, we're using Lone Jack to Rancho Santa Fe Road to get to these evacuation routes. So here's some more edits. So the traffic exiting Lone Jack Road will be directed south using Rancho Santa Fe Road to Interstate 5 via Manchester Avenue or Encinitas Boulevard as directed by law enforcement or fire personnel. The traffic exiting El Camino Norte and streets to the south will be directed south on Rancho Santa Fe Road unless law enforcement and fire personnel determine northbound evacuation traffic is appropriate. Some of the concerns were, hey, why are you only pushing us south? What if northbound is a better route, right? We agree. We have sheriff and fire personnel that are going to be out there who are looking at what is going on in real time, right? If we have a need to push traffic a different way because it's more efficient and faster and moving, then we're going to do that, right? We want to try to get as many people out of the community as possible in the quickest and safest route. So, and then due to the narrow roadways and need to possibly deploy firefighting resources to the affected areas, contraflow operations is not an effective option for evacuating residents, but can be an option if law enforcement deems it efficient and safe. So, collaborating with Captain Lawrence, we agree that contraflow within the community of Liebenhain is not a safe idea, right? We have very narrow streets. We're going to be having not only traffic leaving, but fire apparatus coming in. But we could, if we had the personnel, we could open up Encinitas Boulevard to 3 lanes and create the contraflow. So contraflow is if we took the eastbound lanes of Encinitas Boulevard, or one of them, we can turn that into a westbound lane and have 3 lanes going westbound, increasing the amount of cars we can get out of the area. So, but Captain Lawrence would tell me I need to reiterate that it takes a lot of personnel, and so it could take some time to get that set up. But again, using Public Works, our lifeguards, and our fire prevention, we can assist the sheriffs in creating that safe space and that extra lane for us to use. So here's a map, the original map. This is the new map. The original map did not have any green arrows going up Encinitas Boulevard or north on Rancho Santa Fe Road. And we're going to talk about a couple extra, some alternative evacuation routes also that we're going to add. So scenario B, this is the scenario where the fire is in Liebenhain, right, or Harmony Grove or Elfin Forest, where it's knocking on the door, or it's opened the door and it's coming. And I'm going to read this a little bit because I think it has some really good information, and Fitch did a good job of kind of explaining this concept here. It says, riparian zone will resist control given the density and fuel load. Ornamental vegetation around structures and limited defensible space will result in impacts on homes and roadways within 30 to 60 minutes. Now, what that's saying is that we don't have a lot of time, right? And one of the things that we've been working with the Liebenhain Fire Safe Council and hoping to get some good public outreach later on is this idea of defensible space. We need our community to take defensible space seriously, right? Because if we have a lot of time and we can get you out, that's going to be the most advantageous for us. But when we don't, we need your homes to be hardened. We need defensible space so that we have the best chance of saving property and life. It goes on, it says fire will respond to topography impacting drainages quickly. We all know we have some drainages and creeks that run through Liebenhain that will be hard to stop. The IC, or the incident commander, and unified command would be any other agencies that would come in that we would use in our incident command post to use for decision making. So Captain Lawrence or another sheriff could be in with the battalion fire chief or the deputy fire chief, who are going to be the incident commander at the time, and they could be discussing decisions and what the next steps are. So the incident commander, the unified command, will evaluate current conditions, available resources, and evacuate areas of highest concern. Shelter in place may be only option for some locations. Now, a lot of people think shelter in place is a real negative thing, and we would call it a temporary refuge area, right? So let me clarify some of what the sheltering in place is. So the fire department uses what's called fire front following as a tactic. Now that means that as the fire approaches a home or a community and there's not a lot of time to prepare or evacuate, what happens is the front of the fire will go through the community and will catch up the brush, the vegetation, possible furniture, decks, stuff like that has a lot of surface area and can catch on, is combustible, easily combustible, right? Now, homes aren't easily combustible unless you have a lot of debris around it, or your vegetation is touching your home, or you have debris on top of the home in the gutters. But it's a really good, safe, temporary refuge area. And what we do is fire front following is we let that fire run through, and then we come back and we start putting out all these little fires so that the homes don't catch on fire. That is a tactic that's used all up and down the state, and it works really well when you have the resources, right? So if you look at a lot of the larger fires up north that don't have the resources or the time to do the fire front following, what happens is those fires that are started in the bush next to a house or some debris on your roof, those never get put out, and those are what end up causing the homes to burn down. So And just know that when we ask you to shelter in place, we are coming behind to assist with putting those little fires out. And I think, and we could talk about a little bit of the Leeuwenhoek or wildfire drill that we just did with the community, and it kind of explains some of that more. But I just want to give that as a perspective for when we say shelter in place, you're not just left out there alone. The incident commander and unified command will use fire behavior tools, knowledge, and experience to determine when and if evacuation warnings or orders are to be used, right? This is dynamic. We're going to take into consideration what the weather, what the fuel looks like, where the fire is, what terrain is it in, and then we're going to make decisions based off that. So some of the key decision point locations, obviously Double L Ranch Road and Paseo Esmeralda access gate, we're going to make sure that's open. And we're going to have a sheriff manning that area. Lone Jack Road and Fortuna Ranch, we're going to have traffic control there. Ranch Santa Fe Road and Lone Jack, traffic control. Ranch Santa Fe Road and Encinitas Boulevard, we're going to close the northbound traffic onto Ranch Santa Fe Road, and we're going to have traffic control there. So those are our four main objectives right away. That doesn't mean those are the only ones. We are going to continue to place people where they need to be to efficiently route our traffic or an evacuation. So continuing on, just to keep in mind that the edits that we made with Encinitas Boulevard and going north on Rancho Santa Fe still apply to this event. So the exposed residents from Rancho Encinitas Drive and east along Lone Jack Road will exit via the Double L Ranch Road gate. Potential evacuation routes are as followed. Southbound on Lone Jack to south of Rancho Encinitas Drive, southbound on Balsereno Drive to El Camino del Norte, westbound on El Camino del Norte, eastbound on 9th Street to Ranch Santa Fe Road, and then southbound on Ranch Santa Fe Road. The exposed population west of Rancho Encinitas Drive along Lone Jack Road will be evacuated via Lone Jack Road and El Camino del Norte. I could read all the rest, but I want you guys to see that it goes to Lone Jack, to Dove Hollow, Double L Ranch in there, Lone Jack, Fortuna Ranch Road, but all goes back to Lone Jack, right? So I think one of the things, and the reason I'm not going to read all of these is while this is in the plan, I want everyone to understand that depending on where the fire is, you might have to take an alternate route, and that is okay. You know, as long as we are getting to Lone Jack and to Rancho Santa Fe Road and out to Manchester or to Encinitas Boulevard or up into Carlsbad, we're going the right way, right? So. All right, so let's talk about the alternative evacuation routes. So the Morning Sun Gate and Avenue La Posta were not even talked about in the Fitch report. And I think that was a miss. So while Degano, which is on the other side of that Morning Sun Gate, does provide us a mass care shelter or mass care facility, a shelter facility, as well as possible temporary refuge area or area for horses to go. We could use that if that northbound Rancho Santa Fe route is taking too long, or we think it needs to go quicker. We could take people up Morning Sun and out the gate and create a little bit quicker of an evacuation. Now we need to work with the sheriffs and work with our decision makers about, are we using that Degano as a shelter at the moment? Because if we cross that traffic, now is it safe? So really it's just going to be in coordination with the sheriffs and the fire department and what decisions are going on at that point. So that's why it's an alternate. And Avenue La Posta, the reason it's an alternate is anytime you take a lot of cars and you start throwing them through some residential areas, it's a problem, and there are speed bumps there as well. So again, it's not something that we would not do. That is definitely an opportunity for us to move traffic faster. So those are now alternative evacuation routes that are in our evacuation plan to give us more options. And so the estimated evacuation clearance time is 5 to 6 hours in the Fitch report. And the edit to this is that we're going to add additional 2 hours when available, right, depending on where the fire is. And it will be added to each evacuation zone clearance time as a precaution due to the narrow roadways and large animal evacuation needs. So we know there's a lot of horses. There's just said there's over 380 horses. There's some small trailers, there's some large trailers. We were just having a conversation about trailer sizes earlier. They are gonna slow us down. But when I can activate or declare an emergency and have evacuation warnings and orders early, that opens up the San Diego County Fairgrounds, which now is a destination that we can take horses immediately. So I think that is a huge addition to the Fitch plan. One of the things too that the 2 hours allows us is if there is other traffic coming from Carlsbad, from Rancho Santa Fe Road, that we're getting ahead of some of that, right? So we're gonna get to have opportunity to evacuate a little ahead of other communities before they affect some of our evacuations. It is no doubt that even with conversations with Chief McQueen from Rancho Santa Fe, with Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest and Rancho Santa Fe Road, while they do have evacuation plans and routes, you can't control where everybody goes. And some of their evacuation route comes Rancho Santa Fe Road and up to Encinitas Boulevard or Manchester. There is Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove. While Canyon de Oro is not in their evacuation plan, I cannot stop people from going that direction. So we're gonna account for that and add 2 hours into our evacuation times. Now, the caveat to everything that I'm saying in this plan is that law enforcement and fire personnel reserve the right to deviate from the planned evacuation route if weather and fire conditions dictate to provide the highest level of safety to the evacuees. Now, that is in there because while there's a handful of modeling inside the Fitch report, and there's 2 incidents, scenarios that we're talking about now, there's a million different scenarios in which a fire could start. And so what we're gonna do is work together as incident command and come up with the best plan, whether it goes completely in line with the evacuation plan, or if we're gonna have to tweak it even more to make an efficient and safe evacuation route for the community. All right, so how are we gonna let you guys know, right? I mean, that's one of the concerns in some of these meetings was how are we gonna notify you when there's an evacuation warning or an order, if there's even a fire close by. So Alert San Diego, if you guys have not registered your cell phones, please register your cell phone for Alert San Diego. You can go to readysandiego.org and they will provide that registration link and you can go and add in your cell phones. The Sheriff's Department has WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System. You do not need to register for this. You do need a phone that is compatible for the WIA system. And if you go to that, the website here, it'll let you know if your phone is compatible. There's the local emergency override system. We can use Cox cable. We call a phone number, put in our code, and then we can provide a message on Cox cable that will be displayed on the Cox programming. The emergency vehicles that are equipped with address PA systems, including the lifeguard vehicles, and as well as the evacuation high-low tone sirens, which the San Diego County sheriffs use now. And I'm going to play this. Let's do this. I had it up here already. So, all right.
Patrol cars in San Diego County are now equipped with the high-low. This unique sound is different from sirens you hear when deputies and officers respond to emergency calls. High-low quickly alerts entire neighborhoods that they are in immediate danger. This warning system will be used during wildfires, flash floods, earthquakes, and other natural disasters, or critical incidents requiring the evacuation of a particular area. When you hear this sound, you must evacuate immediately. To receive evacuation notifications during an emergency, register your cell phone with Alert San Diego and Accessible Alert San Diego at alertsd.org. Follow your local law enforcement and fire agency on social media or stay up to date by watching the news. Remember, when you hear the high-low, it is time to go.
Sorry about that. All right, so remember, if you hear the high-low, it is time to go. Remember that. The Sheriff's Department also has Astria, which is a helicopter. I'm sure if you guys have heard them flying around saying, hey, have you seen an elderly gentleman in a blue blazer? It's the same PA system that they're going to use on the helicopter to assist us with our messaging of the evacuation orders. Personnel equipped with blowhorns, we can send our lifeguards, our prevention out to assist with the notifying of the evacuation. City website, our city social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor, Instagram, and then door-to-door canvassing, our CERT program, and any senior patrols. So we have a lot of ways to get the message out, and to let you know that, hey, you are being evacuated. And we'll use all of them as needed and more. So when are we going to look at this plan? There's events that automatically trigger us looking at the wildfire evacuation plan. And so if there's a fire weather watch, we're going to review the plans and the procedures. So my deputy chief, he is going to send this out to our battalion chiefs. The battalion chiefs send it to the captains, and they all review the plan during high weather events, whether there's a fire or not. So that way we're all on the same page and we're spooled up, right? We're ready to go. If there's a red flag warning, we take proactive actions. So those are upstaffing on one of our stations, adding an additional apparatus so that they are more prepared to go fight a fire. They will do, and I'm sure some of the Liebenheim community members here have seen our apparatus driving through the community, just looking for any smoke or signs of fire. So we do take a lot of proactive actions during those red flag warning times. We are working on some signage to put around the community that tells you what the weather is, if it's a red flag warning or not. It'll be kind of like those Smokey the Bear signs that you see in our national parks, but it'll fit more into Liebenheim's community. We're going to take in comments from the community to help design what that is going to look like. We're not just going to go throw something out there. If there's a wildfire in San Marcos, Harmony Grove, Elephant Forest, Carlsbad, or Rancho Santa Fe, we're going to refer to our plan and start the Scenario A evacuation plan. We're going to do the same thing with Scenario B when the wildfire begins in Liebenheim or in the Escondido Creek, Rancho Santa Fe, or close, right? So we're going to reference that and start down the mode of enacting this evacuation plan. And if the wildfire threat has ceased and the affected areas are rendered safe, we're going to revert back to the Annex Q, the county, which is their evacuation plan and their repopulation plan. So we're going to use their repopulation plan to get everybody back into the community once it's safe. So special considerations. So large animal evacuation, there's a lot of horses. Schools, care facilities, limited egress, the vegetation that's there, our narrow streets, and the adjacent communities like Carlsbad and Rancho Santa Fe. So I think we've talked about the 2-hour buffer that we're going to implement in there. It's going to assist with some of these, and most all of these special considerations. So our key support facilities that are around the Emergency Operations Center here in Encinitas City Hall is going to be activated if we have a large fire come into Liebenheim. We're going to need the support of our staff here, who we've done EOC exercises and they take ICS classes, so they're ready to go and they understand their role if we need to open the EOC. The mass care centers or shelters, Encinitas Community Center, Oak Crest Middle School, San Diego High School, as well as Degano Middle School, and then temporary horse or livestock shelters, Oak Crest, San Diego County Fairgrounds, and Degano. So what are we doing now? Wildland fire training. So every year our firefighters go through an annual San Diego County wildland drill where every fire department in San Diego County work together. We have the same operating manual. We do the same skills. We use the same communications, and we train the same so that when we have an event and we need to call in our neighbors to assist, that we're we're already familiar. We're doing the same thing so that our communications and our skills are the same. The annual Liebenhain Wildland Fire Drill, where we just had our first one, it's going to be an every year event, and I anticipate it getting a little bit bigger. We already have some other community or some other fire departments who heard how good the training was, and they would like to be a part of it next year. So it was fun. We had some Liebenhain Fire Safe Council members jump on the engines and go out there and take pictures and kind of feel what it was like. And then actually going back to the San Diego County Wildland Drill, we had a Liebenhain Fire Safe Council member go to that too. So, I think it was eye-opening for some of the community members about how much we do and how good at our job we really are. So, the fire department command and control drills that we do, we put our captains through simulations where they have to make critical decisions and order resources before a battalion chief goes and takes incident command. And then we have the North Zone in San Diego Fire Department communications training. So every month we use our VHF radio as training. So our initial radio is an 800 megahertz. It's more digital, where the VHF radio is a very high frequency system that CAL FIRE uses. So if we have a large event and we're gonna invite CAL FIRE over, which we will, they are the gurus of wildland firefighting, and no matter what kind of wildland fire we have in our community, they are going to come and they're going to assist us. And so we want to make sure that we're always prepared to use their communication so that they can come in and we don't miss a beat. We also have the extended attack drills, which I forgot, which every one of our battalion chiefs has had to go through, and it is a butt kicker, to be honest. They put 3 days of work in about an hour, and they put a lot of stress on them to make the right calls and to order the right resources and to communicate and evacuate the appropriate areas. They work with the sheriff's department during that evacuation scenario, and there's a lot of good work that's done in that training. So all that training is happening every year. Some new technology that we have, I'm gonna kind of go to the fire defensible space viewer here, and I'm gonna go do it this way. So something new that we have just brought in actually this last week. We did get some great comments from Liebenhain Fire Safe Council about some of the stuff that Rancho Santa Fe is using. And so we looked at that, and it was expensive. So we went to our IT department, and they said, hey, we're already doing this. We just need to get the pictures. So we have a flyover that happens actually quarterly. We're going to do it once a year, but it will look at our vegetation. So, and your defensible space in your neighborhood. This is not going to be public. Okay, we don't want to cause any conflict between neighbors, but this is something that we're going to use as a public education piece. So if we try to find Councilmember Ayler's home, no, what this is doing is showing us our 50-foot and 100-foot defensible space, and we can come to your neighborhood, go to the neighbors or members of the community and say, hey, look, this is what your house looks like on the defensible space. Give them some education on what's going to harden their home and make their house a lot easier to save in a real fire. So we're excited to use this information. It's going to help us with vegetation management. If you look here, oh, sorry guys. Right, all this green is county land within our drainages, and you can see there's a lot of vegetation there, right? So all those bright green is vegetation. The red and yellow lines, red is 50 foot and the yellow is 100 foot. So obviously some of your neighbors can't do the 50 foot, 100 foot because it encroaches in other people's homes, but that's where the education is going to come in, and we're going to work with Liebenhain Fire Safe Council to help spread the message. So just another great tool that I think is going to help us a lot. We talked a lot about Zone Haven already. Tablet Command, it's a new dispatching platform that we have that provides pre-plans, aerial views. We can pull up, hydrants. There's a ton of resources at our fingertip now inside the fire engine. It can layer maps, it can layer the zone haven and the public safety grid into the fire engine so that they see it and not have to wait for the computer to load or anything. It's just there, ready to go. So we're also initiating a drone program, which is in its infancy right now. We're pretty much done with our policy. We've found the drones that we're going to get, and we're about to purchase them. But we're going to use that to assist with looking at some vegetation, maybe smoke checks, stuff like that, where we can go out and quickly determine what is out there. So a little bit more to come on that. It's in its infancy, but we're excited because there's a lot of uses, not just for wildland fire, but for a lot of other safety issues that we can go. The Levenheim Fire Safe Council. I know I've already given them a good plug, and I appreciate all their collaboration, and we're just going to keep using them. So we're going to coordinate some public education events, defensible space, some home hardening. I've talked with them about doing barbecues or pancake breakfasts so we can get some good community engagement. We're going to utilize a liaison for the Levenheim community, so they're going to kind of be our mouth. We're going to try to help them spread the message that we need. And then we're going to assist with the development of a Firewise community. I think Sarah Lifton, president of the Levenheim Fire Safe Council, has been bugging me about that one, and keep bugging me because we really want to get that, and I want to continue that passion. So send me emails some more. So that's not a negative, I promise. Vegetation management, we're working towards the 10-foot of vegetation clearance along our evacuations right now with the goal of, the county goal is 20 feet. So a little bit of heartburn there for some people, but I think that is a very important goal for us to reach, is that 20-foot of vegetation management and clearance throughout our evacuation routes. And then we're going to find additional grant money for additional vegetation management within the drainages, work with the conservancies, and really try to see what we can do inside those drainages. A lot of work to be done, right? That's why I say this is a marathon, not a sprint. And then with the evacuation plan, like I said before, this is a live document. We're going to continue to mold it, tweak it, take the concerns of the community and try to adapt those into the plan as much as possible. So, anytime that we have changes in emergency events or status, like we talked about earlier with the red flag or weather events, that's when it gets reviewed. It looked at again annually by the leadership team. This document will be assessed every year to make sure that it's still providing what we need in the community. And then before any training that requires the use of the evacuation plan, so we have the annual training plan, the extended attack plan or drill. So anytime those, we review it and we look through the plan. And then after new development sites have been completed. So if we have any large developments that come in, we're going to implement that back into the operational evacuation plan so that it is accounted for, so that we can make sure that all the people on the streets know what the effects are and where we're going to have that efficient and safe route. And then community education and feedback. We talked about using Levenheim Fire Safe Council as a message for us to get stuff out, but we're going to use them also to bring in the concerns and the feedback so that we're not making decisions in a vacuum, right? The community is important. They drive it, they live it, they see it every day, so they have a lot of good insight that we want to implement into our evacuation plan, and really not just here in the evacuation plan, but the whole path forward on wildland fire and emergencies within the community of Levenheim. So I look forward to the collaboration and relationships that we're going to build and maintain and hopefully grow from here on out. So that concludes my presentation. So if you guys have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Public speakers?
Yes, we do. First speaker is Sarah Lifton with time donation from Lou Obertre, who is here, followed by Suzanne Klausenstock, Amy McCord, and then Camille Perkins with time donation from Jennifer Bishop, who is present.
How does this thing go down?
Right where your hand is, there's a button, and if you push it, there you go.
It's not built for shrimps.
I should say I was under the impression we would be speaking before the chief, so I drafted these before we heard what he just said. So my name is Sarah Lifton, and I'm president of the Olivenhain Fire Safe Council. We're one of 39 fire safe councils in San Diego County, and our mission is outreach and education to promote wildfire prevention and preparedness in our community. We're extremely grateful for Chief Gordon and the relationship that we've been building with the fire department. From the start, he's been keen to collaborate and committed to transparency, and it's refreshing. Not long after he took office, we provided him with several pages worth of concerns that the community raised after the original Fitch evacuation report was unveiled last year. The consensus was that it was a start, but it deliberately downplayed a number of critical issues. It rationalized best-case scenarios at the expense of reality, and was woefully inadequate in addressing the threat that we face here. To his credit, Chief Gordon took those concerns seriously and with his staff began to address them. We've been meeting with him quarterly, and in June he presented to us the changes that they had made to the Fitch report, which was not quite as complete as what we just saw. At that meeting, he admitted to us that Olivenhain keeps him up at night. It frankly should be keeping all of you up at night. Most of Olivenhain is in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and authorities consistently say it's not a question of if a wildfire will occur, but when. It's galling that the city can somehow find the funds for high-dollar vanity projects like Streetscape and Pacific View and to buy land for a new preserve, but is really dismissive of the very real public safety concerns in Olivenhain. The safety of citizens is your responsibility as a city government before an arts center or a new preserve or reconfiguring 101 with tons of concrete. And to be blunt, you're failing Olivenhain. It's high time the city began making life and safety in Olivenhain a priority. It's high time, in particular, that you figured out how to fund a real, dedicated, fully staffed fire station, which we really need. The fires in Paradise, Santa Rosa, and Lahaina should make it clear that the kinds of token responses the city has been providing for decades are utterly deficient and bordering on negligence. They will do little to keep us safe when the inevitable wildfire strikes our community. Moreover, the city makes a big deal about fighting climate change, but a recent study showed that wildfires, in addition to being exacerbated by climate change, are actually contributing to it by releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases. If you're truly serious about addressing climate change, you'll do whatever it takes to minimize the wildfire risk in the very high fire hazard zone within our own boundaries. As a side effect, it will keep the 6,200 or so residents of Olivenhain safer as well. It's time for the city to invest in safety in Olivenhain, and it's time for the city to step up and build a real Olivenhain fire station. Anything less, and it's no exaggeration to say that people are going to die here. And that will be on all of you if you do nothing.
I really want that coat, Kelly. I'm so cold. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Suzanne Klausenstock. For years, many in Olivenhain have been concerned about evacuating during wildfire. The added Goodson project only turned concern to disbelief when the project was finally approved. The community is still astounded. A year or so ago, I was collecting hundreds of signatures for a petition given to City Council to implement following some common sense city laws, increasing the inclusionary rate of affordable housing so as to not overbuild the city with market rate housing, and lastly, and most importantly, to keep public safety at the forefront, especially during wildfire evacuations. Some of the most noteworthy comments came from firefighters who purposely stopped to sign our petition and talked to us for quite a while. One was shocked and asked how the city could think this would not have an impact on evacuation, the Goodson project. One of his fellow firemen said every time he drove through Olivenhain, he thought, these poor people. It reminded him every time of Paradise. During the entire process of approving the Goodson project, the one thing that surprised me the most was how little respect and credence was given to the fire professionals who did speak in front of you. Not one question was asked of their expertise.
retired Rancho Santa Fe Fire Chief Denny Neville, who lives in Olivenhain, and fire consultant Charles Weber, who did the fire study on behalf of the community with no constraints, unlike the parameters the Fitch study was given by city staff. His report was picked apart, even though the end result was similar to the Fitch report. While diminishing their input, for me, was a low point for the city. It is worth mentioning one last time, but now it's time to move on. I have spoken to Chief Gordon and feel like he really will try with the resources he has to improve the situation. I think many of us feel if a development like the Goodson project gets built, the very least that can be done is to safeguard the residents. In safeguarding the residents is to give the area with the highest fire severity zone a full fire station. What we have is not sufficient for the area, and the time it takes getting resources to the eastern part of the city from existing stations would decrease the chance of safe evacuations, especially since we have the slowest response times in the city. We needed increased improvements before the Goodson project, but now it's even more critical. I also hope that when it comes to safety, the trails for children getting to and from school from the south end of Rancho Santa Fe Road to the north end be completed, and don't proceed with street striping, narrowing the roads, which only creates a more dangerous scenario. Keep focused. Thank you.
Hello, Council. I'm Amy McCord, 29-year resident. I attended all 3 community meetings that took place a little over a year ago to discuss the Olivenhain wildfire evacuation plan. Under the direction of the city and Fire Chief Stein, Fitch and Associates had to work within a set of parameters which produced an evacuation plan full of problems, such as shutting off access to Encinitas Boulevard. Many of the problematic issues were raised at the meetings by a rightfully frightened and angry community. Olivenhain residents have been anticipating the revised evacuation plan that under Chief Gordon's supervision is sure to be an improvement. I question how added congestion from the 2 new planned developments at our primary evacuation exit will be mitigated. If the approximately 500 residents from Encinitas Boulevard apartments will have to shelter in place, I wonder how they can be forced to stay in their apartments. During a wildfire, will we have adequate personnel to control intersections and to confine apartment residents who want to leave? Also, how will potential residents be informed of this requirement before signing a lease? And when the new CAL FIRE map comes out, if these 2 sites are in the very high fire hazard severity zone, how will that affect things? Of the 5 Encinitas communities, Olivenhain has the highest risk of wildfire, and yet we have essentially no firefighting resources. How can we ask the fire chief to protect Olivenhain residents if he has no resources there? Building a fully functioning fire station in Olivenhain is necessary now for the current population and as a mitigation to offset the impact of new development. Please prioritize the need for a fire station. And on a side note, having to do with safety on Rancho Santa Fe Road, all of you and all of the traffic commissioners wisely voted against restriping and narrowing lanes on Rancho Santa Fe Road. Why is traffic engineering proposing this idea again? It would create unsafe conditions, and it makes no sense to change anything on the road itself until we can see the full extent of impacts from the new projects. Instead, please complete safe walking trails on Rancho Santa Fe Road between Encinitas Boulevard and Calle Acervo. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is Camille Perkins. First, I want to remind the Mayor and Council that Olivenhain is a completely different world than Cardiff and Leucadia, and our needs are not being met by the city today. As elected officials directing city priorities with lives on the line, you must understand Aleven-Hain needs as intimately as your own neighborhood. Aleven-Hain is overdue for a fire. My family, who has lived here for more than 70 years, remembers the 1940s fire that burned west to Rancho Santa Fe Road. 1996's Harmony Grove fire burned into the we survived 96's Harmony Grove fire that burned through our ranch and destroyed neighbors' homes. 96's Harmony Grove fire burned into the Elfin Forest community just over the hill from Aleven-Hain within 1 hour of starting. A resident of Elfin Forest was burned and later died from his injuries trying to evacuate from that fire. This exact scenario can and will happen in Aleven-Hain. In 96, Aleven-Hain got lucky. The wind was not strong at the edge of Aleven-Hain. It didn't burn far into the community before the wind changed direction and the fire burned itself out, heading into La Costa. There was no widespread firefighting. But even under the best scenario condition, multiple homes were lost. And we almost lost our homes, and my uncle almost died. All landscaping was left as a moonscape because everything burns when it's hot enough. All vegetation burns, all homes burn, and all bodies burn. So you understand the severity of this relatively mild fire. The metal I'm showing you would have melted above 1,200 degrees. The glass melts between 2,600 and 2,800 degrees. The only reason this was so hot was because of vegetation and trees. And Harmony Grove was hell, but there's much worse to come the next time. Today's conditions are much worse than 30 years ago. We have stronger and more frequent Santa Anas. We have fires that create their own weather. There's much, much, much more vegetation than ever existed historically in this community. This city, we have slower, less safe roads. This city must prepare for the inevitable. That the fire that will be amongst Aleven-Hain homes in less than an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, is depicted in the report today. Roads, evacuation along roads that today are dense, unsurvivable tunnels of vegetation. What happened in Lahaina, Paradise, Santa Rosa can absolutely happen here. Encinitas is a third world city when it comes to fire safety. Your citizens deserve to be able to safely evacuate. Your citizens deserve to have their homes protected, and your citizens deserve to live. Please, Council, stop increasing fire hazards to citizen survival and adapt life-saving policies. And I want to go into what some of the things that are happening. And I wrote this Council detailed letters that included a lot of questions and footnotes. The takeaway is that I want Encinitas to prioritize city safety and implement the Fitch report recommendations, especially relating to Aleven-Hain roadways and vegetation conditions in the very high fire severity zone. Many city planning efforts underway are putting us at risk, and tailoring is needed in order to mitigate those risks. Our fire department needs to be empowered to take safety-conscious decisions. In an emergency with a fire bearing down minutes away, Aleven needs good, fast-flowing emergency access roadways and very little vegetation. And we know that the evacuation report says that the Fitch report recommendations that went with this report and the evacuation plan will contribute to a safer, more effective evacuation out of the community of Aleven-Hain. But in a lot of today's planning efforts, the Aleven-Hain's ability to evacuate safely is being harmed. So the Fitch reports recommends restriction of traffic calming on Aleven-Hain evacuation roads and increasing traffic speed on Rancho Santa Fe Road. But we're seeing a lot of projects coming in front in a comment period even next week that is going against what those recommendations are. And what needs to, there's efforts to be striping RSF and other roads. Those projects are not safe right now and need to be stopped. And we need to be able to have an ability to evacuate within the transportation element. So please direct city planners to reconsider all of these projects in light of the very high fire severity zone, especially when it comes to our access routes. Next, vegetation issues. A lot of the recommendations in that Fitch report relate to vegetation abatement. It's a fire risk. Homes with too much vegetation will not be served and will not be saved. We need to, why is the city not adopting those same standards that Rancho Santa Fe has? I'd like to be safer. Why is the city proposing a mature tree ordinance in Olevenhain given fire concerns? Won't this worsen vegetation conditions and put lives at risk? Why is the city proposing a native plants ordinance in a high fire severity zone that'll increase fire hazards? I have documentation that proves that maintained development planting of native plants and coastal sage scrub species are considered a fire hazard by insurance companies and will affect residents' fire risks and ability to obtain insurance up to half a mile away. It affects a lot of people. Please direct planners to prioritize fire safety issues. Please direct staff to ensure the transportation element provides a right to safely evacuate and limits traffic calming. And please revisit existing plans that haven't been implemented to make sure that we don't make the situation worse. And again, I support a fire station. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
Thank you to the chief and the captain and to the Fire Safe Council folks. Appreciate all the collaboration that you've provided to our experts in this matter. So, Councilmember Ehlers.
So I live this threat, and I've lived in Olevenhain 30 years. I was there during the Harmony Grove fire. Camille said it very well. The wind was coming straight to Olevenhain. Our house was covered in smoke. And in the last hour or two, I could see the fire line coming down the hillside across the valley. And last hour or two, it shifted, and it went and hit La Costa, Credencia, and burned a lot of houses up there. That could have easily gone down Escondido Creek. I was there for the Witch Creek fire. Watching from my house, I can see 13th Street, and that doesn't sound like much, but I think Dan lives out there. There were quite a few horse trailers, and it was interesting to watch from our cul-de-sac the horse trailers navigating slowly out of 13th Street. Well, that's about 10%. Those two intersections right there on Rancho, that's about 10% of the houses in Olevenhain. So extrapolate that out to Lone Jack, and these large animal evacuations are going to be important. So I also attended the Fitch report, the workshop out in Olevenhain, and had, as I do all the time, I asked a lot of detailed questions. A lot of us were there, and I wasn't getting good answers. It was like pulling teeth to get them to say the evacuation plan would be safe. If you remember how tortured I had to get with a limited, if this happens and this happens, then finally they said, yeah, you should get out. So this is near and dear to my heart. And I think, Chief Gordon, thank you for you and your staff. I think you've taken a fresh approach, very different than your previous administration. And I see huge improvements in this report and as you say, it's a work in progress. This is the first sprint of the marathon. The addition of Encinitas Boulevard, that never made sense. So the addition of the gates, Zone Haven, the CERT program, the vegetation mitigation you are already doing along the evacuation routes are all absolutely what's needed, and the fact that you've taken that into account here. The 2-hour buffer, I thought that's the type of thinking we have to have, because literally, if you go back to the Weber report that was done for the Goodson project, it basically was predicting that the trigger point is somewhere around I-15 when a fire propagating. Now, Chief Gordon has made the very good point that assumes no fire suppression, that it's just a certain scenario of 30-mile-an-hour winds headed towards the coast, going down Escondido Creek. So that probably is the worst case. But that said, our trigger point has to be way out there, and I think the 2-hour buffer would cause that emergency to be declared earlier, and then we would get out of there earlier. So I think this is a huge step in the right direction, and I appreciate even the Olevenhain wildfire drill. In my 30 years in Olevenheim, there have been 2 times where the fire department was delayed getting to fires in Olevenheim. One caused a barn to burn to the ground, and another pretty gutted house in Rancho Encinitas. But that was long ago, different people. But I think having the teams out there pulling hoses in Olevenheim, it will get them familiar with what a different animal it is out there. Unless you drive out all the way past Fortuna Ranch and out in the back, you really don't understand how much open land there is. So I really support the work here. I won't go further. The recommendations, I think we went through the 2022, I went through the January 2022 recommendations, which were prior to you being on board. And he's been working on them, and you know, there are about a third of them that you could check off at this point. So keep going, keep up the good work, and thank you for the update.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this presentation twice. We all got to see it behind the scenes, and now we're getting to see it alongside the public. So we've had some time to digest it, and I too want to say that it's a wonderful thing we have you in charge, and that your family has such deep roots here in Olevenheim specifically, and that you share that care and concern for the community. I think one of the improvements that we're seeing now is the ability to execute contraflow abilities if we need that evacuation potential. And I'm curious to know if we've already developed those traffic control plans, and if we have worked on collaborating with the different departments that you mentioned. I think you mentioned Public Works, Sheriff's Department, or Marine Safety would all be responsible for helping with that effort.
Yeah, so the actual plans are not developed. That's part of the education part for getting Public Works together, lifeguards together, and then creating I'll say the drills in a way. I mean, it's gonna be hard for us to go and drill on Encinitas Boulevard in the middle of the day or and interrupt traffic and them getting home. And but at the end of the day, the sheriffs do know how to already implement contraflow. It's just gonna be who are we gonna get there to help them out. So I don't know, Captain Lawrence, did you have anything else you might want to add to that?
Contraflow is a, excuse me, thank you. Contraflow is a difficult undertaking. It requires a lot of staff to handle on top of the evacuation efforts that we would do. And it requires citizen know-how, knowing what to expect when they encounter contraflow. As we know, this is a city with a lot of visitors. And so if they're not prepared for that type of a roadway setup, they may not know what to do, and it causes further hazards. So it's just something that has to be taken. We have to look at it very carefully when we incorporate contraflow. It's not something that drivers are normally faced with. It's extremely rare, and it can cause more hazards than good when it happens. So.
Thank you. It sounds like we've opened the door to it, but there's still some work to be done. And then lastly, just 2 comments. The Zone Haven technology is really innovative in that we can work from a bird's eye view to understand traffic flows from the communities surrounding ours. So it's not as simple as just somebody on a radio saying, oh, I'm seeing an influx of drivers coming from this area. We're going to be able to have a little bit more intelligence to navigate that. So that's really encouraging. And then the other thing to mention is that Jorge Sanchez presented to our CSA 17 committee about the drone technology that we're going to start using as well. And I think that that provides us with a lot more certainty and insight into how the fire will behave and also how drivers will behave. So thanks for all the hard work, and I really appreciate the level of detail.
If I could add a little bit to that, and I think I might have mentioned this in our own briefings beforehand, but one of the things about if a fire starts in Escondido or Rancho Santa Fe or wherever it is, we are going to send one of our battalion chiefs out to be either a liaison from Encinitas to help with decision making, because those fires will impact our city, or they're going to be part of the unified command helping make those decisions at that point. So one of the things that we have, and again, if we're adding suppression to the fire, we're adding aircraft that's going to hit retardant down in front of it, which is going to slow it down. We're going to have helicopters helping with spot fires that are ahead of it. But the most important part, I think, is what's called air attack. And that is a smaller airplane that circles above that gives us real-time information from what they're seeing and how fast that fire is moving. So that is going to get redirected back to us in making these critical decisions for evacuations and the timing it is. So yes, that works for the far away fire. It's a little harder to do that in the fire that is started inside of a Liebenhain, but when we look at the two scenarios, we have a lot more information from the air than I think people realize.
Like Councilmember Ehlers, I too was pleased to see some of the rethinking that went on with this logical use of Encinitas Boulevard. This notion that everybody was going to head south on Manchester just immediately struck me as kind of odd from the previous report. It's especially true if you incorporate the evacuation of Rancho Santa Fe, because they're going to be westbound on, across the bridge, coming across the bridge, and where are they going to go if you're all heading south on Manchester? So there are a lot of factors here that'll come into play. One of the questions that I would have for Captain Lawrence is, once the Emergency Operations Center is established and we are working to evacuate, the resources of the Sheriff's Department will be brought to bear on the issue. I assume that we will be able to use sheriff resources from other contract cities if they are not under threat. So maybe deputies from other jurisdictions where the Sheriff's Department is providing law enforcement services?
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely. And that's the key word that you said, as long as they're not under threat as well. Wildland fires, they typically threaten multiple communities, but law enforcement and fire in San Diego County have worked tirelessly related to this threat, and we will pull resources from Chula Vista if that need be. We all work together and collaborate related to this. We don't want tragedies to occur, and we're all willing to pitch in. So,
including coordinating with the police chief in Carlsbad?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges that we have is that we can look at this kind of in a silo, how are we going to evacuate Liebenhain, but there's going to be evacuations taking place all around us. So it's a pretty dynamic situation, and I appreciate the effort that's going in, especially as, with regard to working with the community so that they're as informed as possible about the potential for deviating from the original plan. It's also interesting to see, the number of horses that are out in Liebenhain. That is a Herculean effort to get the animals out. So my hope is that at the first threat that we could start moving the large animals. So interesting process. Thank you for your efforts here. I see no other requests to speak, so we will continue to communicate, and when it's necessary to give another report, I'm sure you'll let us know. Thank you all. Thank you to the public for your patience here and continuing to do the work necessary to address evacuation. So we are now moving on to item 12, which is...
We have none.
Yes, we have none. 12, councilmember initiated item. 13, councilmember reports pursuant to AB 1234.
I do have something to report. Last week I went to the League of California Cities as the delegate for the city of Encinitas. There were no resolutions put forward, so there was no voting and no general assembly. But the seminars and the rest of the conference was great. So I learned a lot and met a lot of people, and that was a good experience.
Deputy Mayor Lyons and I had a Encino Wastewater Authority meeting today where we approved a new purchasing policy, accepted a project, and awarded a legal contract for new legal representation at a modest cost savings. So
Nothing additional to report.
Okay, I have a couple of things from Sandag. It was a interesting meeting last week. There were a couple of controversial resolutions or a controversial resolution, and it didn't seem like it would be. It's a resolution of the Sandag Board of Directors relating to the 2025 regional plan, and it was working to identify health hazard assessment as a focus for the regional plan and how to implement the regional plan. It was focused on diesel particulate matter in particular, and CalEnviro screen maps have identified diesel particulate matter by census tracts, and that those with 75th percentile scores or higher include residential neighborhoods to places for employment in San Diego, Chula Vista, National City, Coronado, Carlsbad, Escondido, Encinitas, Solana Beach, just about all the cities that have freeways running through them. So by virtue of having that freeway and the railroad corridor, which also has diesel emissions, we were on that. It became controversial because one of the items that we resolved was that we would support goals 1 through 6 of the Air Pollution Control District, SERP, as they relate to the 2025. And there were some members of the board who didn't think we should support goals that were another agency's goals, and that some of them were a little more aggressive than those board members wanted. Ultimately, this passed, and I supported it. There was another controversial issue with the regional road user charge, and it was a surprise to see this come to the agenda because, number one, we're removing the road user charge from the 2021 RTP. We will have an agenda item in October to formally remove it. It took 2 years to get to this point, and it's really disappointing that it's taken that long. But long ago, the board leadership said we need this pulled out. There has been no discussion about including it in the 2025 regional plan. So it was, I think, an effort to politicize this issue of the road user charge more so than anything else. And I was prepared to vote to keep it out of the 2025 plan, but ultimately it had this second clause of this was a substitute motion which further directed both staff and all board in their capacity as employees or representatives of Sandag not to pursue or support any legislation that supports a regional road user charge or implementation of a regional RUC or any other per mile charge. And I consider that to be a gag order that, you know, was inappropriate to include in the motion. So I voted to oppose this, and I was one of 4 cities that opposed it, with La Mesa, Lemon Grove, and National City being the other 3. So I have no intention of supporting a road user charge. So even though I voted against it, I am not supportive of a road user charge. It's kind of vaporware, a road user charge at this point. That's not, you don't, there's too many questions and unknowns about it. So I am not, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to include it in a regional transportation plan. So with that, we move on to city manager reports.
Nothing to report tonight.
Okay, city attorney reports
Waived.
and city clerk reports.
No report.
All right, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
all of our lives would be very different. The city helps make it easier and safer for you to walk to school by building new sidewalks